Beneath the flickering oil lamps and ancient shadows, a 22-year-old Alexander the Great stands before the tomb of his hero, Achilles. With a golden wreath in hand, he honors the legendary warrior whose legacy has fueled his ambition since childhood. But in his eyes burns more than reverence. It's a fire that will shape the future of empires. This is the untold moment that defines Alexander's destiny. Here, where Homer's heroes had fought and died for glory that would echo through eternity, Alexander whispered a prayer that would prove prophetic. He asked not for long life or peaceful rule, for achievements that would surpass even those of the legendary Achilles. The winds that had once carried black ships across the wine-dark sea now seemed to whisper back their approval. For standing before that ancient tomb was a man destined to exceed every hero of myth and become legend himself. This was no mere royal pilgrimage, but the moment when Alexander publicly declared his intention to claim a place among the immortals. Within a decade his armies would march to the ends of the known world. His name would be spoken in languages that had never heard of Macedonia, and his conquests would reshape civilization itself. Yet on that windswept shore, surrounded by the ghosts of ancient glory, Alexander was still becoming the man who would be remembered as the greatest conqueror in human history. But that transformation began not on the battlefields of Asia, nor in the halls of conquered palaces, but in the rugged mountains of Macedonia, 34 years earlier, when omens and portents announced the birth of a child whose destiny would span continents, and whose legacy would endure for millennia. The boy who would become Alexander the Great entered the world amid signs and wonders that seemed to promise either extraordinary greatness or catastrophic destruction. In the harsh and beautiful land of Macedonia, where mountain peaks pierced the sky like spear points, and fertile valleys stretched between ranges that had bred warriors since the dawn of memory, a kingdom was stirring with ambitions that would transform the ancient world. This was not the refined civilization of Athens, with its marble temples and philosophical schools, nor the disciplined militarism of Sparta with its bronze-clad hoplites. Macedonia was something raw and more primal, a land where kings still led their warriors into battle, and where the line between civilization and barbarism remained deliberately blurred. The Macedonia of the 4th century before Christ occupied a unique position in the Greek world, viewed by the southern city-states with a mixture of fear, envy, and contempt. To the sophisticated Athenians and the proud Spartans, the Macedonians were little better than barbarians, their kings crude mountain chieftains, who happened to speak a dialect of Greek, but whose customs and culture seemed more akin to the tribal societies that pressed against the edges of Hellenic civilization. Yet this dismissive attitude masked a growing reality that would soon shock the classical world. Under the leadership of King Philip II, Macedonia had transformed itself from a collection of feuding tribes into a military powerhouse whose innovations in warfare and statecraft were decades ahead of their southern neighbors. The phalanx formations that had dominated Greek battlefields for centuries were being revolutionized by Macedonian tactical genius, while diplomatic marriages and strategic alliances were weaving a web of influence that stretched from the Black Sea to the Adriatic. The kingdom that would produce Alexander the Great was built on contradictions that would shape his character and his conquests. It was Greek enough to claim descent from the heroes of Troy, yet foreign enough to maintain the customs of horse-riding warriors from the northern steppes. It honored the gods of Olympus while preserving shamanistic traditions that predated classical religion by centuries. It produced soldiers disciplined enough to execute complex battlefield maneuvers while maintaining the fierce individualism of mountain clans who had never truly been conquered by any outside power. The royal court at Pella, the magnificent capital that Philip II had built to rival any city in Greece, embodied these contradictions in marble and gold. Here, Greek artists and architects worked alongside Thracian metal workers and Illyrian horsemen to create a synthesis of cultures that would become the template for Alexander's later empire. The palace complex, with its elaborate mosaics depicting hunting scenes and mythological subjects, demonstrated that Macedonian wealth and sophistication could match anything produced by Athens or Corinth. The throne room where Philip II held court was a marvel of artistic achievement that deliberately combined Greek refinement with barbarian magnificence. Massive columns of imported marble supported a ceiling painted with scenes from the Iliad, while the floor featured intricate mosaics showing Alexander's ancestor Heracles performing his legendary labors. Persian carpets, spoils from Philip's early campaigns, covered portions of the floor, while Thracian silver vessels displayed the kingdom's connections to the tribal north. The very architecture of the palace proclaimed Macedonia's unique position in the ancient world. Unlike the austere simplicity favored by Spartan leaders or the democratic openness of Athenian public buildings, the Macedonian court was designed to impress and intimidate. Visitors approaching the throne would walk through a series of increasingly magnificent chambers, each one demonstrating different aspects of Macedonian power and sophistication. The first chamber featured weapons and armor captured from defeated enemies, organized to tell the story of Philip's conquests and Macedonia's military supremacy. Illyrian shields hung beside Thracian swords, while Greek hoplite equipment demonstrated Philip's victories over southern coalitions. The message was clear. Macedonia had proven its superiority over every type of enemy through force of arms. The second chamber housed the kingdom's diplomatic trophies, gifts from foreign ambassadors, treaties carved in stone, and portraits of allied rulers who had acknowledged Macedonian hegemony. Here visitors could see evidence of Philip's skill at statecraft and his success in building alliances that complemented his military victories. The diplomatic weapons displayed in this room were often more valuable than the literal weapons in the first chamber. The third chamber celebrated Macedonian culture and learning, with libraries containing works by the greatest Greek authors alongside scientific instruments and artistic masterpieces. This room demonstrated that Macedonia could compete with Athens and other centers of learning in intellectual achievement, that military power was coupled with cultural sophistication and philosophical depth. Only after passing through these preliminary chambers would visitors finally reach the throne room itself, where Philip II sat beneath a golden statue of Zeus that emphasized his claim to divine sanction. The theatrical progression through the palace was carefully designed to overwhelm visitors with the scope and depth of Macedonian achievement, preparing them to submit to the authority of a ruler who commanded such magnificent resources. Into this world of ambition and cultural fusion was born the man who would become history's greatest conqueror. But to understand Alexander, one must first understand the remarkable parents who shaped his earliest years and whose complex relationship would influence his character in ways both profound and troubling. Philip II of Macedon was perhaps the most underestimated great leader in ancient history, a man whose military and political innovations made Alexander's conquests possible, but whose achievements have been overshadowed by his son's more spectacular successes. When Philip inherited the Macedonian throne in 359 BCE, he ruled over a kingdom torn by civil war, threatened by powerful enemies on every border and dismissed by the rest of Greece as a collection of semi-barbarous mountain tribes. The young prince who became Philip II had learned statecraft in the hardest possible school. As a teenager, He had been held hostage in Thebes as part of a diplomatic arrangement, an experience that exposed him to the most advanced military thinking of his era, while teaching him harsh lessons about the realities of power politics. The Theban general Epaminondas, who revolutionized Greek warfare through innovative tactics and strategic thinking, became an inadvertent mentor whose influence would shape Philip's later innovations. During his years in Thebes, Philip witnessed the famous sacred band, an elite unit composed of paired lovers whose emotional bonds made them extraordinarily effective in battle. This experience taught him that military effectiveness could be enhanced through carefully cultivated personal relationships, a lesson he would apply in creating the companion cavalry that would become the elite core of Macedonian armies. The sacred band also demonstrated how innovative tactics could overcome numerical disadvantages, a lesson that Philip would remember when facing the larger armies of traditional Greek coalitions. The Theban emphasis on flexible formations, rapid movement, and concentrated force at decisive points would become hallmarks of Macedonian military doctrine under Philip's leadership. Through a combination of military genius, diplomatic cunning, and sheer force of personality, Philip had transformed the chaos he inherited into the most formidable military machine in the ancient world. His innovations in warfare, the 18-foot sarissa spears that gave Macedonian infantry unprecedented reach, the integration of heavy cavalry with infantry formations, and the development of siege engines that could reduce any fortification, revolutionized the art of war and created the tools that Alexander would use to conquer an empire. The sarissa, Philip's most famous military innovation, was more than just a longer spear. It represented a fundamental shift in how infantry warfare was conceived and executed. Traditional Greek hoplites carried spears roughly 8 feet long, weapons that required close formation fighting and emphasized individual skill and courage. The sarissa, by contrast, was a weapon designed for coordinated mass action, its extreme length making individual heroics impossible while creating devastating collective effectiveness. Troops armed with the sarissa had to train extensively to master the weapon's unique requirements. The spear's length made it unwieldy in single combat, but devastating when used by disciplined formations that could present walls of spear points to advancing enemies. This shift from individual to collective effectiveness represented a broader transformation in Macedonian military culture, moving away from the heroic traditions that still dominated Greek warfare toward a more systematic and professional approach. The integration of cavalry with infantry formations represented another revolutionary innovation that would prove crucial to Alexander's later successes. Traditional Greek armies treated cavalry as a supplementary force, useful for pursuit and reconnaissance, but incapable of decisive action against well-formed infantry. Philip's companion cavalry, by contrast, was designed to work in close coordination with infantry formations, creating combined arms tactics that could exploit enemy weaknesses more effectively than either force could achieve alone. The companions were drawn from the Macedonian nobility, young men who had grown up on horseback and whose social status gave them both the resources to maintain expensive equipment and the motivation to excel in battle. These were not mercenary soldiers fighting for pay, but aristocratic warriors whose personal honor was bound up with their military success and their loyalty to the royal family. But Philip was more than just a military innovator. He was a master of the political arts, who understood that lasting conquest required more than battlefield victories. His policy of incorporating defeated enemies into his own forces, of ruling through local elites, rather than imposing direct Macedonian control, and of using marriage alliances to cement diplomatic relationships, would all become hallmarks of Alexander's imperial strategy. Philip's diplomatic marriages were particularly innovative, representing a systematic approach to alliance building that treated matrimony as a tool of statecraft rather than merely a personal arrangement. By the time of his death, Philip had contracted 7 different marriages with women from various kingdoms and tribes, each union designed to secure specific strategic advantages or neutralize potential threats. This polygamous approach to diplomacy scandalized more conventional Greeks, but proved remarkably effective at building the coalition that would eventually dominate the peninsula. Each of Philip's wives brought not only her own political connections, but also cultural influences that enriched Macedonian court life and broadened the kingdom's intellectual horizons. The king who sired Alexander was a man of enormous appetites and energies, equally at home in the battle line and the symposium, capable of brutal violence when necessary, but preferring to achieve his goals through negotiation and compromise when possible. His court attracted scholars, artists, and intellectuals from throughout the Greek world, creating an atmosphere of cultural sophistication that would profoundly influence his son's education and worldview. Philip's physical presence was as impressive as his intellectual achievements. Contemporary accounts describe him as a tall, powerfully built man whose bearing commanded immediate respect and whose personal charisma could inspire loyalty even among former enemies. Battle scars, including the loss of an eye during the siege of Methone, only enhanced his reputation as a warrior king who led from the front and shared the dangers faced by his soldiers. Yet Philip's greatest diplomatic triumph may have been his marriage to Olympias of Epirus, a union that brought together 2 of the most powerful royal bloodlines in the Greek world, while creating a partnership that was as tempestuous as it was politically advantageous. Olympias came from a kingdom that claimed descent from Achilles himself, a lineage that would obsess Alexander throughout his life and drive his relentless pursuit of heroic glory. The kingdom of Epirus, from which Olympias came, was itself a fascinating blend of Greek and barbarian influences. Located in the mountainous region between Macedonia and the Adriatic Sea, Epirus had maintained its independence through a combination of geographical isolation and military effectiveness. Its people spoke Greek and honored the Olympian gods, but they also preserved tribal customs and religious practices that seemed exotic even to their Macedonian neighbors. The royal house of Epirus claimed descent not only from Achilles, but also from Neoptolemus, Achilles' son, who was said to have founded the dynasty after the fall of Troy. This legendary heritage gave the Epirote kings a claim to heroic lineage that rivaled any family in the Greek world, while their mountain kingdom provided a base of operations that was virtually impregnable to outside attack. Olympias herself embodied the contradictions that characterized her homeland. She was brilliant, beautiful, and politically sophisticated, capable of holding her own in the complex diplomatic games that characterized 4th-century Greek politics. Yet she was also deeply religious in ways that seemed primitive and unsettling to more conventional Greeks, participating in mystery cults and ecstatic rituals that promised direct communion with divine powers. But Olympias was far more than just a political prize in Philip's diplomatic calculations. She was a woman of extraordinary intelligence, fierce ambition, and deep religious devotion who would shape Alexander's character in ways that Philip perhaps never fully understood or appreciated. Where Philip was pragmatic and calculating, Olympias was mystical and passionate. Where he sought to build an empire through careful expansion and consolidation, she dreamed of divine destiny and legendary achievement. The Queen of Macedonia was an initiate in the mysteries of Dionysus and the Carbarian cults, religious traditions that promised direct communion with the divine through ecstatic rituals that scandalized more conventional Greeks. Her participation in these ceremonies, which often involved handling sacred serpents and achieving states of religious frenzy, reinforced her reputation as a sorceress and contributed to the atmosphere of supernatural expectation that would surround Alexander's birth. The Dionysiac mysteries that Olympias practiced were among the most ancient and controversial religious traditions in the Greek world. These ceremonies, which took place in secret locations during the dark of the moon, promised initiates direct experience of divine possession through wine, dance, and ritual activities that pushed participants beyond the boundaries of ordinary consciousness. The handling of sacred serpents, which played a central role in these rituals, was particularly significant for understanding Olympias' later claims about Alexander's divine parentage. In ancient religious traditions, serpents were often associated with chryphonic deities and divine fertility, making them appropriate symbols for mysteries that promised rebirth and transformation. Olympias' comfort with these creatures would later fuel rumors that she had been visited by Zeus himself in serpent form. The relationship between Philip and Olympias was passionate, volatile, and ultimately destructive, marked by periods of intense devotion alternating with bitter conflicts that would eventually contribute to Philip's assassination. Their marriage represented the union of two different approaches to power and two different visions of what Macedonia could become, contradictions that would be inherited by their son and would drive his extraordinary achievements. The conflicts between Philip and Olympias were not merely personal but reflected fundamental disagreements about the direction of Macedonian development. Philip favored a pragmatic approach that emphasized gradual expansion, careful diplomacy, and the integration of conquered peoples into Macedonian structures. Olympias, influenced by her mystical religious beliefs and her family's heroic traditions, pushed for more dramatic actions that would establish Macedonia's dominance through spectacular achievements rather than patient accumulation of power. These disagreements became more pronounced as Philip's reign progressed and his ambitions expanded beyond the Greek peninsula. The king's growing interest in Persian territories and his plans for an Asian expedition created opportunities for the kind of legendary achievements that Olympias dreamed of. But they also raised questions about the nature of Macedonian identity and the proper relationship between Greek and barbarian cultures. When Olympias announced her pregnancy in the spring of 356 BCE, the event was accompanied by omens and portents that seemed to promise either extraordinary greatness or catastrophic destruction for the she carried. According to the historians who recorded these events, some undoubtedly embellished in later retellings, the signs began even before Alexander's birth and continued throughout his life, creating an atmosphere of supernatural expectation that would influence how he understood his own destiny. The most famous of these omens occurred on the night of Alexander's birth, when the great temple of Artemis at Ephesus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, was consumed by fire. The Magi who witnessed this disaster declared that the flames signified the birth of one who would bring destruction to Asia, a prophecy that would seem eerily prescient when Alexander's armies later conquered the Persian Empire. The Temple of Artemis at Ephesus was more than just a religious building. It was a symbol of the cultural and commercial connections that linked the Greek world with Asia Minor and the Persian Empire beyond. Built over several centuries with contributions from rulers throughout the ancient world, the temple represented the prosperity and sophistication that could be achieved through peaceful exchange between different civilizations. The destruction of this magnificent structure on the night of Alexander's birth was interpreted by contemporary observers as a sign that the era of peaceful coexistence between East and West was ending, to be replaced by an age of conflict that would determine the future relationship between Greek and Persian civilizations. The timing of this disaster seemed too significant to be mere coincidence, suggesting divine intervention in human affairs, but the omens surrounding Alexander's birth were not limited to distant prodigies. In Macedonia itself, Olympias experienced dreams that she would later claim revealed the divine nature of her son's paternity. According to these visions, she had been visited by Zeus himself in the form of a serpent, and the child she carried was the offspring of the king of the gods rather than merely the son of Philip II. The serpent form that Zeus allegedly assumed in these visions was particularly significant in ancient religious symbolism. Serpents were associated with wisdom, healing, and divine knowledge, making them appropriate manifestations for the king of the gods when he chose to interact with mortals. The choice of this particular form also connected Alexander's conception to ancient fertility cults and chthonic mysteries that promised direct access to divine power. Whether Olympias truly believed these claims, or whether they represented a calculated attempt to enhance her son's legitimacy and mystique, they would profoundly influence Alexander's self-perception and his understanding of his place in the world. Throughout his life, he would display a complex relationship with divinity, sometimes claiming divine parentage when it served his political purposes, sometimes seeming genuinely to believe in his supernatural origins. Philip's reaction to these claims was characteristically pragmatic. While he may have privately doubted the divine paternity of his son, he understood the political value of such beliefs and did nothing to discourage them. In a world where legitimacy often depended on divine approval, having a son who was believed to be the child of Zeus could only strengthen Macedonian prestige and Alexander's eventual claim to the throne. The birth itself, which occurred in the summer of 356 BCE, was marked by additional portents that would be remembered and interpreted by later historians seeking to understand the extraordinary career that followed. Eagles were said to have circled overhead as Olympias went into labor, while soothsayers declared that the alignment of the stars promised a future of unparalleled military success for the newborn prince. More concretely, Alexander's birth coincided with Philip's greatest military triumph to date, the capture of the city of Potidaea from Athenian control. The news of this victory arrived in Pella on the same day that Alexander was born, creating a symbolic connection between the child's arrival and Macedonian military success that would seem prophetic in light of his later achievements. The capture of Potidaea was more than just another military victory. It represented a direct challenge to Athenian power and a demonstration that Macedonia had become a force capable of competing with the greatest city-states of classical Greece. The timing of this success, coinciding with Alexander's birth, seemed to suggest divine approval for both the military campaign and the royal succession. The infant who would become Alexander the Great entered the world at a moment when Macedonia stood poised to transform the balance of power in the ancient world. Philip's military innovations had created the most effective army in Greece, while his diplomatic skills had begun to weave the alliances that would eventually allow Macedonia to dominate the peninsula. The birth of a male heir who could continue this work must have seemed like the final piece in Philip's grand strategy. Yet even in these early days there were signs that Alexander would exceed his father's ambitions in ways that Philip might not have anticipated or entirely approved. The child who was born amid such supernatural expectations would grow up believing himself destined for achievements that would surpass those of any mortal king, and that divine purpose would drive him to accomplishments that would reshape the ancient world. The Macedonia of Alexander's birth was a kingdom in transition, caught between its tribal past and its imperial future, between its Greek heritage and its barbaric traditions. It was a land where ancient customs coexisted with new ideas, where warrior kings who claimed descent from Heracles and Achilles employed Greek tutors and adopted Athenian artistic styles. This cultural synthesis would profoundly influence Alexander's character and worldview, teaching him to see synthesis and adaptation as sources of strength rather than signs of weakness. The physical environment of Macedonia also shaped the future conqueror's character in ways that would prove crucial to his later success. The kingdom's mountainous terrain bred hardy warriors accustomed to hardship and capable of extraordinary endurance, while its position at the crossroads between Europe and Asia exposed its people to a constant flow of new ideas and influences. Alexander would grow up in a world where diversity was normal and adaptation was essential for survival. The court culture that surrounded Alexander's early years was unlike anything found in the more refined city-states of southern Greece. Here, kings still drank with their soldiers and led from the front in battle, while queens participated actively in religious ceremonies that promised direct contact with the divine. This atmosphere of accessible power and mystical possibility would shape Alexander's leadership style and his understanding of the relationship between ruler and ruled. The economic foundations of Macedonian power were also unique in the Greek world, based not on trade or tribute, but on the kingdom's abundant natural resources. The gold and silver mines that Philip had captured from Thracian tribes provided the wealth necessary to maintain professional armies and fund ambitious building projects, while the kingdom's fertile plains produced agricultural surpluses that could support large populations and extended military campaigns. This economic independence would prove crucial to Alexander's later conquests, providing him with the resources necessary to maintain armies in the field for years at a time, while building the infrastructure necessary to govern conquered territories. The financial foundations of Macedonian power, established by Philip and inherited by Alexander, made possible the sustained military effort that would be required to conquer the Persian Empire. The religious environment of Alexander's birth was equally complex and would profoundly influence his later career. Macedonia honored the traditional Olympian gods, but maintained older cults and practices that predated classical Greek religion. The mystery religions that Olympias embraced promised initiates direct experience of the divine, while shamanistic traditions inherited from Thracian and Illyrian cultures suggested that certain individuals could serve as intermediaries between the human and divine worlds. This religious syncretism would later enable Alexander to present himself as a legitimate ruler to the diverse populations of his empire, incorporating local religious traditions and claiming divine sanction from whatever gods his subjects worshipped. The flexibility and inclusiveness that characterized Macedonian religious practice became a model for imperial governance that would influence successor kingdoms for centuries. As the sun set over the mountains of Macedonia on the day of Alexander's birth, the kingdom's future seemed secure and its ambitions clearly defined. Philip II had created the military and political foundations for Macedonian dominance over Greece, while Olympias had provided an heir whose divine connections promised legitimacy and success. Yet none could foresee that the child born amid such auspicious omens would grow up to surpass every expectation and achieve conquests that would make his father's achievements seem like mere preparation for greater things to come. The child who would become Alexander the Great spent his earliest years in the magnificent palace of Pella, surrounded by luxury that rivaled anything found in Athens or Corinth, yet constantly exposed to the harsh realities of power that governed life in the Macedonian court. Unlike the protected childhoods enjoyed by princes in more settled kingdoms, Alexander's upbringing was deliberately designed to prepare him for the brutal demands of leadership in a world where weakness meant death and hesitation could destroy not just individuals but entire dynasties. The royal nursery where Alexander took his first steps was itself a masterpiece of artistic achievement, its walls decorated with frescoes depicting the legendary exploits of Heracles and Achilles, the mythical ancestors from whom the Macedonian royal house claimed descent. These images were not merely decorative but educational, intended to instill in the young prince an understanding of the heroic ideals that should guide his conduct and the glorious achievements that were expected of those born to rule. From his earliest moments of consciousness, Alexander was surrounded by reminders of his extraordinary heritage and the divine expectations that accompanied his birth. Nurses and tutors carefully selected by Olympias told him stories of his illustrious ancestors, emphasizing the supernatural elements that distinguished royal blood from that of ordinary mortals. The child learned to see himself not just as a future king but as the latest incarnation of a heroic lineage that connected the mortal world with the realm of the gods. The physical environment of the palace reinforced these lessons in more subtle but equally powerful ways. The courtyards where Alexander played were filled with statues of famous warriors and legendary heroes, their bronze and marble forms serving as silent instructors in the poses and attitudes appropriate to those destined for greatness. The gardens where he walked featured plants and animals brought from distant lands, early evidence of the cosmopolitan outlook that would characterize his later empire. Yet despite the luxury and refinement that surrounded him, Alexander's childhood was far from sheltered. The Macedonian court was a dangerous place where political intrigue and personal vendetta could erupt into violence without warning, and the young prince was deliberately exposed to these realities as part of his preparation for rule. He witnessed diplomatic negotiations where the wrong word could mean war, observed punishment ceremonies where traitors met brutal ends, and learned to read the subtle signs that indicated shifts in the complex web of loyalties that held the kingdom together. The tutors who guided Alexander's early education were carefully chosen for their ability to balance intellectual development with practical preparation for leadership. Leonidas, a relative of Olympias who served as the prince's first formal instructor, was a man of austere habits and rigid discipline who believed that future rulers must be hardened against luxury and trained to endure any hardship that military campaign might require. Under Leonidas' stern guidance, Alexander learned to rise before dawn, to eat simple food without complaint, to endure physical discomfort without showing weakness, and to push his body beyond the limits that ordinary men accepted. The tutor deliberately deprived his royal student of the luxuries that his birth might have warranted, forcing him to sleep on hard beds, wear plain clothing and subsist on rations that would not have satisfied a common soldier. These harsh lessons were not cruelty but calculated preparation for the realities of military leadership. Leonidas understood that soldiers would follow a commander who shared their hardships but would despise one who demanded sacrifices he was unwilling to make himself. The physical toughening that Alexander endured in childhood would later enable him to march farther, fight longer, and endure greater hardships than any of his enemies, advantages that proved crucial to his military success. The intellectual component of Alexander's education was equally rigorous and far more sophisticated than the training provided to most royal heirs in the world. Macedonia's position at the crossroads between Greek civilization and barbarian cultures required its rulers to understand and navigate complex international relationships, while the kingdom's growing power created opportunities and challenges that demanded exceptional intellectual abilities. Traditional Macedonian education emphasized practical skills, horsemanship, weapon handling, hunting, and the tactical knowledge necessary for military command. But Philip II understood that his heir would need broader intellectual foundations to achieve the ambitious goals that Macedonian expansion made possible. The kingdom's growing wealth and international connections had attracted scholars and teachers from throughout the Greek world, creating opportunities for educational innovation that had never before existed in Macedonia. The decision to invite Aristotle of Stegera to serve as Alexander's primary tutor represented perhaps the most significant educational experiment in ancient history, bringing together the greatest philosophical mind of the age with a student whose future achievements would surpass anything his teacher could have imagined. Aristotle, the son of a physician who had served Philip's father, combined systematic intellectual rigor with practical knowledge of the world that made him uniquely qualified to prepare Alexander for the challenges he would face. The relationship between teacher and student that developed during Alexander's teenage years would profoundly influence both men and create intellectual foundations that would shape the future of Western civilization. For Aristotle, the opportunity to educate a future ruler provided a unique laboratory for testing his theories about politics, ethics, and human nature. For Alexander, exposure to the philosopher's systematic approach to knowledge would provide intellectual tools that proved as valuable as any weapon in his later conquests. The school that Aristotle established at Mesa, a rural retreat away from the distractions of court life, represented a revolutionary approach to royal education that emphasized careful observation, logical analysis, and systematic understanding of the natural world. Here, surrounded by gardens designed for botanical study and equipped with instruments for astronomical observation, Alexander and a select group of young Macedonian nobles received an education that was unprecedented in its scope and sophistication. The curriculum that Aristotle developed for his royal students covered every aspect of knowledge that the ancient world had accumulated, from mathematics and natural philosophy to rhetoric and political theory. But unlike traditional educational approaches that emphasized memorization of established authorities, Aristotle encouraged his students to observe the world directly, to question received wisdom, and to develop their own understanding through careful analysis of evidence and logical reasoning. The mathematical training that formed the foundation of this curriculum was far more sophisticated than anything previously offered to royal heirs in the ancient world. Aristotle understood that effective military command required precise calculation of distances, supplies, and troop movements, while successful governance demanded accurate understanding of taxation, population, and resource allocation. The geometric principles that Alexander learned would later enable him to design siege works, plan city layouts, and calculate the logistics necessary for campaigns across vast distances. The study of astronomy, which Aristotle considered essential for any educated person, provided practical skills that would prove invaluable during Alexander's later campaigns. The ability to navigate by the stars, to predict seasonal changes, and to understand the relationship between celestial movements and terrestrial events gave Alexander advantages that his enemies often lacked. The careful observations of planetary motions and stellar positions that he learned to make would later enable him to maintain accurate orientation during marches through unfamiliar territories. The biological studies that formed a central component of this curriculum were particularly significant for Alexander's later development. Through dissection of animals and careful observation of plant growth, the future conqueror learned to see patterns and relationships that were invisible to casual observation. This training in systematic analysis would later enable him to recognize weaknesses in enemy formations, to understand the geographic factors that influenced military operations, and to devise innovative solutions to tactical problems that had never before been encountered. The detailed study of anatomy that Aristotle required was not merely academic but intensely practical. Alexander learned to identify the vital organs of various animals, to understand how injury to different body parts would affect function, and to recognize the symptoms of disease and poison. This knowledge would later prove crucial when he needed to treat wounded soldiers, diagnose illness among his troops, or protect himself against assassination attempts. The botanical education that supplemented these anatomical studies was equally practical and far-reaching. Alexander learned to identify plants that could serve as food, medicine, or poison, to understand the growing seasons and environmental requirements of different crops, and to recognize the vegetation patterns that indicated favorable terrain for military operations. This knowledge would later enable him to maintain his armies in regions where local food supplies were inadequate, and to exploit natural resources that his enemies had overlooked. The zoological component of his education provided insights that would prove equally valuable during his campaigns. Through careful study of animal behavior, Alexander learned to read environmental signs that predicted weather changes, to understand the migration patterns that influence the availability of game, and to recognize the presence of dangerous predators or venomous creatures. The systematic approach to animal classification that Aristotle taught would later enable Alexander to adapt quickly to the unfamiliar fauna he encountered in Asia and Africa. The political theory that Aristotle taught was equally revolutionary, challenging traditional assumptions about the nature of government and the proper relationship between rulers and subjects. The philosopher's concept of the ideal state, based on careful analysis of existing political systems and systematic consideration of how human communities could be organized to promote justice and prosperity, provided Alexander with intellectual foundations that would prove crucial when he later faced the challenge of governing diverse populations across vast territories. The comparative analysis of different governmental systems that formed a central part of this political education was particularly sophisticated. Aristotle had studied the constitutions of over 150 Greek city-states, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses, their historical development, and their effectiveness in achieving different objectives. This systematic approach to political analysis gave Alexander a broader perspective on governance than any previous ruler had possessed. The concept of constitutional monarchy that Aristotle developed specifically for Alexander's education represented a revolutionary synthesis of democratic and autocratic principles. The philosopher argued that effective rule required a combination of personal authority and institutional constraints, individual excellence and collective wisdom, traditional legitimacy, and innovative adaptation. This theoretical framework would later enable Alexander to govern an empire that included populations with dramatically different political traditions. The study of law and justice that accompanied this political education was equally comprehensive and innovative. Aristotle taught Alexander to distinguish between different types of law: natural law that applied to all humans, positive law that reflected specific cultural traditions, and international law that governed relationships between different peoples. This sophisticated understanding of legal principles would later enable Alexander to create administrative systems that were both effective and acceptable to diverse populations. The economic theory that Aristotle included in his curriculum was decades ahead of conventional thinking and would prove crucial to Alexander's later success as an imperial administrator. The philosopher taught his student to understand the relationship between population, resources, and wealth, to analyze the factors that promoted trade and prosperity, and to recognize the economic foundations that made military and political power possible. The detailed study of currency, credit, and commercial relationships that formed part of this economic education was particularly valuable. Alexander learned to understand how different monetary systems worked, how exchange rates were determined, and how trade networks could be established and maintained across vast distances. This knowledge would later enable him to create economic policies that promoted prosperity throughout his empire while generating the revenues necessary to maintain his military forces. Perhaps most importantly, Aristotle's approach to ethics and human psychology gave Alexander insights into the motivations and behaviors that drive individual and collective action. The philosopher's systematic analysis of virtues and vices, his understanding of how different cultures develop different values and customs, and his recognition that effective leadership required adaptation to local conditions would all prove invaluable when Alexander later ruled over populations whose traditions and beliefs differed dramatically from those of Macedonia. The psychological training that Aristotle provided was particularly sophisticated, based on careful observation of human behavior and systematic analysis of the factors that influenced individual and group decision-making. Alexander learned to recognize the signs of fear, anger, ambition, and loyalty, to understand how these emotions could be channeled for constructive purposes, and to identify the techniques that effective leaders use to inspire and motivate their followers. The study of rhetoric and persuasion that accompanied this psychological education was equally important for Alexander's later success. Aristotle taught his student the principles of effective communication, the techniques for adapting arguments to different audiences, and the methods for building consensus among diverse groups with conflicting interests. The systematic approach to speech-making that the philosopher developed would later enable Alexander to address his troops with speeches that became legendary for their inspirational power. The 3 years that Alexander spent under Aristotle's direct instruction were among the most intellectually stimulating of his life, exposing him to ideas and methods of thinking that were decades ahead of conventional wisdom. The systematic approach to problem-solving that the philosopher taught would become one of Alexander's most important leadership tools, enabling him to analyze complex military and political situations with a clarity and precision that consistently gave him advantages over his enemies. The daily routine that Aristotle established for his students was carefully designed to develop both intellectual and physical capabilities simultaneously. The day began before dawn with physical exercise, including running, wrestling, and weapons training designed to maintain the martial skills that would be essential for military leadership. This was followed by breakfast and a period of individual study during which students reviewed texts and prepared for the day's discussions. The morning was devoted to formal instruction in mathematics, natural philosophy, and the sciences, with Aristotle personally conducting lectures and demonstrations that brought abstract principles to life through practical applications. The afternoon was reserved for political theory, ethics, and rhetoric, subjects that required extensive discussion and debate among the students. The evening concluded with literary study, particularly focused on Homer and other poets whose works provided models for heroic conduct and noble expression. The competitive atmosphere that Aristotle deliberately cultivated among his students also proved valuable for Alexander's development. By encouraging intellectual debate and structured competition in various subjects, the philosopher taught his royal student to test his ideas against intelligent opposition and to refine his thinking through exposure to alternative perspectives. This experience would later enable Alexander to benefit from the counsel of advisors, even when their advice challenged his initial inclinations. The debates that took place during these evening sessions were particularly intense and wide-ranging, covering topics from the nature of justice to the proper conduct of war, from the relationship between ruler and subject to the question of whether cultural differences reflected natural inequality or merely environmental adaptation. These discussions forced Alexander to articulate and defend his own positions while remaining open to arguments that might modify or refine his understanding. The influence of Homer's epic poems on Alexander's education deserved special attention, for these works shaped his understanding of heroic ideals and provided the moral framework within which he would interpret his own achievements. Aristotle personally prepared a special edition of the Iliad for his student, annotating the text with insights that emphasized the philosophical and ethical dimensions of the heroic tradition rather than merely its military aspects. This annotated Iliad became more than just a literary text. It served as a manual for heroic conduct that would guide Alexander throughout his life. The philosopher's marginal notes explained the strategic thinking behind Achilles' tactical decisions, analyzed the diplomatic skills that enabled various heroes to achieve their objectives, and explored the psychological factors that motivated heroic action. This sophisticated interpretation of the epic transformed it from entertainment into education. The copy of the Iliad that Alexander carried with him throughout his campaigns became his most treasured possession, consulted for guidance in difficult decisions and referenced in speeches to his troops. The poem's portrayal of Achilles as the greatest of warriors, willing to sacrifice long life for imperishable glory, provided a heroic conduct that would drive Alexander's relentless pursuit of legendary achievement. But Aristotle's interpretation of Homer went beyond simple admiration for military prowess. The philosopher emphasized the intellectual qualities that distinguish true heroes from mere warriors, the strategic thinking that enabled Odysseus to overcome impossible odds, the diplomatic skills that made Nestor valuable despite his advanced age, and the moral courage that motivated Hector to defend his city even when he knew the cause was hopeless. This sophisticated understanding of heroic virtue would later enable Alexander to appeal to different audiences using appropriate aspects of the heroic tradition. To his Macedonian soldiers, he could present himself as the new Achilles, invincible in battle and destined for immortal glory. To conquered populations, he could emphasize the protective aspects of heroic leadership, positioning himself as the defender of civilization against chaos and barbarism. The scientific interests that Aristotle encouraged in his royal student would also prove surprisingly relevant to Alexander's later military success. The systematic study of geography, botany, and zoology that formed part of the Mesa curriculum provided practical knowledge that proved invaluable during campaigns in unfamiliar territories. Alexander's ability to understand local environmental conditions, to adapt his tactics to different terrain, and to exploit the natural resources of conquered regions all reflected the scientific education he had received. The geographic studies that Aristotle emphasized were particularly comprehensive, incorporating not only physical features but also climate patterns, resource distribution, and human settlement patterns. Alexander learned to read maps and to create accurate surveys of unknown territories, skills that would later enable him to plan campaign routes through regions that no Greek had ever explored. The systematic approach to geographic analysis that the philosopher taught would prove crucial when Alexander later faced the challenge of governing an empire that stretched across multiple climate zones and geographic regions. The study of medicine, which Aristotle emphasized as essential knowledge for any leader who might need to treat wounded soldiers or diagnose the causes of epidemic disease, proved particularly valuable during Alexander's campaigns. His understanding of anatomy, pharmacology, and the principles of hygiene that governed health in military camps enabled him to maintain the effectiveness of his armies under conditions that would have devastated forces led by less knowledgeable commanders. The medical training that Alexander received included not only theoretical knowledge but also practical experience in treating injuries and illnesses. Aristotle arranged for his students to observe surgical procedures, to study the effects of different medicines, and to learn the techniques for maintaining health in challenging environments. This hands-on experience would later enable Alexander to serve as physician to his own troops when professional medical assistance was unavailable. But perhaps the most important lesson that Alexander learned from Aristotle was the value of cultural synthesis and intellectual flexibility. The philosopher's systematic study of different political systems, religious traditions, and social customs taught his student to see diversity as a source of strength rather than a threat to unity. This perspective would later enable Alexander to govern an empire that included populations from every major civilization of the ancient world. The anthropological approach that Aristotle brought to the study of different cultures was revolutionary for its time, emphasizing systematic observation and analysis rather than simplistic judgments about superiority and inferiority. Alexander learned to identify the environmental and historical factors that shaped cultural development, to recognize the practical wisdom embedded in different social institutions, and to understand how successful synthesis could combine the best elements from different traditions. The friendships that Alexander formed during his time at Nyssa would prove equally significant for his later career. The young Macedonian nobles who shared his education, Hephaestion, Cassander, Ptolemy, Lysimachus, and others, would become his closest advisors, most trusted generals, and eventual successors. The bonds forged through shared intellectual challenges and common exposure to Aristotle's revolutionary teaching methods created a network of relationships that would hold Alexander's empire together during his lifetime and provide the foundation for the Hellenistic kingdoms that emerged after his death. Hephaestion in particular became not just Alexander's closest friend but his alter ego, a relationship so intimate that contemporary observers compared it to the legendary friendship between Achilles and Patroclus. The emotional bond between the two young men was strengthened by their shared exposure to Aristotelian philosophy and their common commitment to the heroic ideals that would drive Alexander's conquests. Their friendship represented more than personal affection. It embodied the intellectual and cultural synthesis that would characterize Alexander's approach to empire building. The competitive atmosphere that Aristotle deliberately cultivated among his students also proved valuable for Alexander's development. By encouraging intellectual debate and structured competition in various subjects, the philosopher taught his royal student to test his ideas against intelligent opposition and to refine his thinking through exposure to alternative perspectives. This experience would later enable Alexander to benefit from the counsel of advisors even when their advice challenged his initial inclinations. The military exercises that supplemented the formal curriculum at Myce were equally sophisticated and innovative. Rather than simply drilling students in traditional Macedonian tactics, Aristotle encouraged them to study the military systems of other cultures and to devise improvements that could give Macedonian forces advantages over any opponent they might encounter. The war games that Alexander and his fellow students conducted during this period involved complex scenarios based on historical campaigns and theoretical situations that required creative solutions. These exercises developed not only tactical thinking but also the ability to coordinate multiple units, to adapt to unexpected developments, and to maintain morale under adverse conditions. The emphasis on innovation and adaptation that characterized these military studies would later enable Alexander to develop new tactical approaches that consistently surprised his enemies. His ability to integrate different military traditions, to employ unconventional strategies that exploited enemy weaknesses, and to inspire his troops to achieve seemingly impossible objectives all reflected the educational foundation that Aristotle had provided. The religious and philosophical dimensions of Alexander's education were equally important for his later success. Aristotle's approach to theology, which sought to understand divine nature through rational analysis rather than blind faith, gave Alexander intellectual tools for navigating the complex religious landscape of the ancient world. The philosopher's teaching that different cultures might approach the same divine truths through different ritual practices would later enable Alexander to present himself as a legitimate ruler to populations whose religious traditions differed dramatically from those of Macedonia. The ethical training that formed a central component of Aristotelian education was particularly significant for Alexander's development as a leader. The philosopher's systematic analysis of virtue and vice, his understanding of how moral character was formed through habit and practice, and his recognition that effective leadership required both personal excellence and practical wisdom, would all influence Alexander's approach to governance and military command. The 3 years that Alexander spent under Aristotle's guidance came to an end in 340 BCE, when he reached the age of 16 and Philip decided that his heir was ready for practical experience in the arts of war and statecraft. The formal conclusion of this educational period was marked by a ceremony that symbolically transferred Alexander from the role of student to that of active participant in Macedonian affairs. Yet the influence of Aristotelian education would continue throughout Alexander's life, providing intellectual foundations that enabled him to achieve conquests that were unprecedented in their scope and sophistication. The systematic approach to problem-solving, the scientific method of observation and analysis, the cultural flexibility and synthetic thinking, and the ethical framework that Aristotle had provided would all prove essential to Alexander's success as a conqueror and ruler. As Alexander prepared to leave Mesa and return to the active life of the Macedonian court, he carried with him not just the accumulated knowledge of his formal education but also the intellectual confidence and analytical skills that would enable him to surpass every previous conqueror in the scope and permanence of his achievements. The boy who had entered Aristotle's school as a promising prince would emerge as a young man equipped with the tools necessary to conquer the world. The transition from formal education to active participation in Macedonian affairs marked a crucial turning point in Alexander's development, the moment when theoretical knowledge would begin to be tested against practical reality. The challenges that awaited him would require every aspect of the education he had received, from the physical toughening provided by Leonidas to the intellectual sophistication imparted by Aristotle. The prince who had been shaped by the finest teachers of his age was about to begin the journey that would transform him into the greatest conqueror in human history. The transition from the intellectual sanctuary of Mesa to the brutal realities of Macedonian court life marked a crucial turning point in Alexander's development, the moment when theoretical knowledge would be tested against the harsh demands of practical leadership. At 16, the prince who had mastered Aristotle's philosophical teachings was about to discover whether his education had prepared him for the violent world of 4th-century warfare and politics. The Macedonia that Alexander returned to in 340 BCE was a kingdom transformed by his father's relentless ambitions. Philip II's systematic conquest of neighboring territories had created an empire that stretched from the Adriatic to the Black Sea, while his diplomatic marriages and strategic alliances had established Macedonian hegemony over much of the Greek peninsula. Yet these achievements had come at a cost, creating enemies who awaited any sign of weakness and internal tensions that threatened to tear the kingdom apart. The court at Pella buzzed with rumors of impending campaigns, assassination plots, and diplomatic crises that could explode into war without warning. The young prince who had spent 3 years studying ethics and natural philosophy now found himself thrust into an environment where survival depended on the ability to read subtle political signals and respond to threats with decisive action. Philip's decision to recall his son from Aristotle's tutelage was driven by more than mere sentiment. The king understood that Alexander's theoretical education, however sophisticated, would be worthless unless it could be integrated with practical experience in the arts of war and statecraft. The campaigns that Philip was planning against both Greek and barbarian enemies would provide the perfect laboratory for testing his heir's capabilities. The first challenge that awaited Alexander upon his return was not military but psychological. The young man who had been treated as a promising student at Mysa was now expected to function as a prince whose every action would be scrutinized by allies and enemies alike. The transition from protected learning environment to the dangerous realities of royal responsibility required adjustments that tested every aspect of his character and training. The physical changes that 3 years of intensive education had wrought in Alexander were immediately apparent to those who had known him as a child. No longer the boy who had left for Mysa, he had grown into a young man whose bearing combined intellectual confidence with the physical prowess that Macedonian culture demanded of its leaders. His blonde hair, which he wore longer than was conventional for warriors, caught the light in ways that emphasized his claimed descent from Achilles, while his heterochromatic eyes, one brown, one blue, seemed to pierce through deception and see truths that others missed. Yet it was not Alexander's physical appearance but his intellectual transformation that most impressed those who encountered him during this period. The systematic thinking that Aristotle had taught was evident in how he approached every problem, from military logistics to diplomatic negotiations. Where other young nobles might rely on instinct or tradition, Alexander brought analytical rigor that consistently revealed solutions that had eluded more experienced minds. The first test of these capabilities came sooner than anyone expected when Philip announced his intention to march against the fortress city of Perinthus on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. This strategic stronghold controlled vital trade routes between Europe and Asia, and its capture would provide Macedonia with a foothold for future operations against the Persian Empire. More immediately, the campaign would serve as Alexander's introduction to the realities of siege warfare and military command. The siege of Perinthus proved to be one of the most challenging military operations that Philip had ever undertaken. The city's position on a rocky peninsula made it nearly impregnable to conventional assault, while its wealthy merchants had hired the finest military engineers in the Greek world to design defenses that incorporated every innovation in fortification technology. The walls rose to heights of over 40 feet, were protected by multiple towers equipped with the latest artillery, and were supplied through sea routes that Macedonian forces could not effectively blockade. For Alexander, observing this siege provided invaluable lessons in the practical application of the theoretical knowledge he had gained at Mysa. The geometric principles that Aristotle had taught suddenly became vital tools for calculating angles of approach and ranges of artillery fire. The engineering knowledge he had acquired through dissection and biological study proved essential for understanding how siege engines functioned and how their effectiveness could be improved. But perhaps most importantly, the siege demonstrated the psychological dimensions of warfare that no amount of theoretical study could fully convey. Alexander watched as Philip employed a carefully orchestrated campaign of terror and persuasion designed to break the defenders' morale before the walls could be breached. Captured prisoners were tortured in sight of the city walls, while promises of mercy were alternated with demonstrations of Macedonian military might. The young prince observed how his father managed the complex logistics of maintaining an army in the field for extended periods, coordinating supply lines that stretched back to Macedonia while dealing with the diseases and disciplinary problems that inevitably arose during prolonged campaigns. These practical lessons in military administration would prove invaluable when Alexander later commanded armies across vast distances and unfamiliar territories. The eventual success of the siege, achieved through a combination of innovative siege techniques and sustained psychological pressure, provided Alexander with his first direct experience of military victory. Yet the cost in time, resources, and casualties demonstrated that even successful campaigns could be Pyrrhic victories if not carefully planned and efficiently executed. As the Macedonian army prepared to return home, Philip made a decision that would prove crucial for his son's development. Rather than keeping Alexander by his side for the journey back to Pella, the king assigned him to command the rear guard, a responsibility that required independent decision-making and tactical judgment. This first independent command, though limited in scope, represented Alexander's initial step toward the leadership role he would eventually assume. The march back to Macedonia took the army through territories inhabited by Thracian tribes, who had been nominally subdued by earlier campaigns, but remained hostile to Macedonian rule. The rear guard commanded by Alexander faced constant harassment from tribal warriors who emerged from mountain forests to attack supply trains and isolated detachments before melting back into terrain that favored guerrilla warfare over conventional tactics. These skirmishes provided Alexander with his first taste of independent combat command and demonstrated both his strategic potential and the areas where his education still needed practical reinforcement. His tactical innovations, including the use of flexible formations that could respond quickly to unexpected attacks, showed the influence of Aristotelian logical thinking applied to military problems. Yet his occasional impetuosity, particularly when personally leading cavalry charges against enemy positions, revealed the heroic ambitions that could sometimes override practical judgment. The successful completion of this first independent command earned Alexander recognition from veteran officers who had served Philip since the early days of his reign. These grizzled warriors, initially skeptical of a prince whose education had emphasized philosophy over purely military training, gradually came to respect the analytical approach that Alexander brought to tactical problems and his willingness to share the dangers faced by ordinary soldiers. Upon returning to Pella, Alexander found himself thrust into the complex political maneuvering that characterized life at the Macedonian court. Philip's absence during the Parenthes campaign had created opportunities for ambitious nobles to advance their own interests, while representatives from Greek city-states sought to exploit any signs of Macedonian weakness. The young prince quickly learned that peacetime politics could be as dangerous as battlefield combat, requiring different but equally essential skills. The diplomatic education that Aristotle had provided proved invaluable as Alexander navigated these treacherous waters. His ability to analyze the motivations and interests of different political factions enabled him to identify potential allies and neutralize threats before they could mature into serious challenges. The rhetorical training he had received allowed him to participate effectively in the complex negotiations that determined Macedonia's relationships with both Greek and barbarian neighbors. Yet it was during this period of relative peace that Alexander encountered the challenge that would become legendary, the moment when his courage, intelligence, and determination converged to create one of the most famous episodes in ancient biography. The arrival of Bucephalus at the Macedonian court represented more than just the acquisition of a remarkable horse. It provided the stage for Alexander to demonstrate the qualities that would later enable him to conquer the known world. The horse trader who brought Bucephalus to Philip's attention was Philonikos of Thessaly, a man whose reputation for finding exceptional animals had spread throughout the Greek world. The price he demanded, 13 talents of silver, was enormous, equivalent to the annual wages of several hundred skilled workers. Yet even this vast sum seemed modest when observers saw the magnificent black stallion that Philonikos claimed was worthy of a king. Bucephalus was unlike any horse that the Macedonians had ever seen. Standing over 16 hands high, with a massive build that suggested both speed and strength, the animal moved with a grace that seemed almost supernatural. His coat was deep black except for a white star on his forehead that was said to resemble the head of an ox, giving him the name that meant ox head in Greek. Yet for all his beauty and obvious quality, the stallion had one seemingly fatal flaw. He could not be ridden. Every attempt to mount Bucephalus had ended in failure, with experienced horsemen thrown to the ground or forced to abandon their efforts when the animal reared and struck at anyone who approached. The most skilled trainers in Thessaly had declared the horse unmanageable, a magnificent but useless animal whose temperament made him unsuitable for anything but breeding, if he could be controlled even for that purpose. Philip and his court watched as Philonikos attempted to demonstrate the stallion's qualities, only to see his own trainers fail as completely as every previous attempt. The king, whose expertise in horsemanship was legendary throughout Macedonia, studied the animal carefully but could see no solution to the problem. The horse's behavior seemed to confirm that some animals, like some men, were simply too proud and independent to accept domination. It was at this moment that Alexander stepped forward, his keen observation having detected something that had escaped the notice of more experienced horsemen. Where others saw only an unmanageable animal, the young prince recognized a specific problem with a specific solution. The systematic analytical approach that Aristotle had taught him to apply to every challenge enabled him to see patterns that others had missed. Alexander had noticed that Bucephalus appeared to be reacting not to the handlers themselves, but to something in their approach that triggered the animal's defensive responses. His careful observation revealed that the horse's behavior changed depending on his position relative to the sun, suggesting that shadows were playing a role in creating the fear that made him unmanageable. The solution that Alexander proposed was elegantly simple. Turn the horse to face the sun, eliminating the moving shadows that had been frightening him. This insight, based on careful observation and logical analysis, demonstrated the practical value of the scientific method that Aristotle had taught. Where superstition might have attributed the horse's behavior to divine intervention or natural wildness, systematic thinking revealed it could be solved through understanding, yet recognizing the solution was only the first step. Implementing it required the courage to approach an animal that had injured several experienced horsemen, and the skill to execute a plan that demanded perfect timing and unwavering confidence. Alexander's willingness to risk injury or humiliation in pursuit of his goal demonstrated the heroic courage that complemented his analytical intelligence. The young prince approached Bucephalus slowly, speaking in the calm, steady voice that Macedonian tradition claimed could soothe even the wildest animals. His movements were deliberate and unthreatening, designed to build trust while gradually establishing the dominance that was essential for successful horsemanship. The philosophical training that had taught him to understand the relationship between cause and effect proved invaluable in reading the subtle signs that indicated the horse's changing emotional state. When Alexander finally grasped the bridle and began to turn Bucephalus toward the sun, the transformation was immediate and dramatic. The shadows that had been creating frightening, unpredictable movement patterns disappeared, replaced by the steady, reassuring presence of bright light. The stallion's tense muscles relaxed, his wild eyes calmed, and for the first time since arriving in Macedonia, he stood quietly while a human prepared to mount him. The moment when Alexander swung onto Bucephalus' back marked more than just the successful taming of a difficult horse. It represented the first public demonstration of the qualities that would later enable him to achieve seemingly impossible conquests: the ability to see solutions where others saw only problems, the courage to act on his convictions despite the risks involved, and the confidence that inspired others to follow him into situations that conventional wisdom declared hopeless. The ride that followed became the stuff of legend, as Alexander and Bucephalus moved together with a harmony that seemed almost supernatural. The horse that had been unmanageable became an extension of the young prince's will, responding to the slightest pressure of leg or shift of weight with movements that demonstrated perfect understanding and cooperation. The watching crowd, which had gathered expecting to witness another failure, instead saw the birth of a partnership that would become one of the most famous in history. Philip's reaction to his son's triumph was complex, combining paternal pride with the calculating assessment of a king who understood the political implications of what had just occurred. Alexander's success with Bucephalus demonstrated not only personal courage and intelligence, but also the divine favor that Macedonian culture associated with true leadership. The ability to master a horse that had defeated every previous challenger seemed to validate the claims of supernatural parentage that Olympias had encouraged more practically. The episode established Alexander's reputation among the nobility as a young man capable of achievements that exceeded his years. The systematic approach he had used to solve the problem impressed those who valued intelligence, while his willingness to risk physical danger earned respect from warriors who judged leaders by their personal courage. The combination of analytical thinking and heroic action that Alexander had displayed would become the hallmark of his leadership style. The partnership between Alexander and Bucephalus that began that day would endure for nearly 2 decades, carrying the future conqueror across 3 continents and through battles that would reshape the ancient world. The horse became more than just a mount. He was a symbol of Alexander's unique ability to achieve the impossible through a combination of intelligence, courage, and unwavering determination. Yet the taming of Bucephalus was only the beginning of Alexander's emergence as a military leader. The reputation he had gained through this exploit opened opportunities for greater responsibilities and more challenging assignments. Philip, recognizing his son's potential, began to include him in military planning sessions and diplomatic negotiations that would provide essential experience for future command. The campaigns that followed would test Alexander's abilities in increasingly demanding situations, from frontier skirmishes against barbarian tribes to major battles against sophisticated enemies. Each challenge would require him to adapt the theoretical knowledge he had gained from Aristotle to practical situations that no amount of study could fully prepare him for. The first of these tests came when Philip decided to campaign against the Illyrian tribes that threatened Macedonia's northwestern frontier. These mountain warriors, renowned for their ferocity and intimate knowledge of terrain that favored defensive warfare, had repeatedly defeated Macedonian expeditions through tactics that conventional military wisdom considered impossible to counter. Alexander's role in this campaign was carefully planned to provide him with experience in independent command while limiting the risks that total autonomy might entail. He was assigned to lead a flying column of light cavalry and infantry, whose mission was to prevent enemy forces from escaping into the mountains, while Philip's main army engaged them in pitched battle. The assignment required tactical flexibility and rapid decision-making skills that could not be taught in any classroom. Alexander would need to read constantly changing situations, adapt his plans to unexpected developments, and coordinate his movements with the main army, despite being separated by distances that made direct communication impossible. The campaign began with a series of minor skirmishes that tested Alexander's ability to handle the practical challenges of field command. The logistics of keeping his forces supplied while operating in hostile territory, the discipline required to maintain unit cohesion during rapid movements, and the psychological skills necessary to keep morale high, despite constant danger, all demanded capabilities that went far beyond anything required of a royal heir. Yet it was during the climactic battle of this campaign that Alexander first demonstrated the tactical brilliance that would later make him legendary. When the main Illyrian force attempted to escape through a mountain pass that seemed to offer a secure route to safety, Alexander's flying column was positioned to intercept them. The terrain appeared to favor the Illyrians, who knew every trail and hiding place, but Alexander had spent the previous days carefully studying the geography and had identified a weakness in what seemed an impregnable position. Rather than attempting a frontal assault against enemies fighting from higher ground, Alexander divided his force into multiple columns that approached the pass from different directions simultaneously. This complex maneuver required precise timing and perfect coordination between units that could not see each other, challenges that tested the training methods that Macedonian armies had developed under Philip's leadership. The success of this operation, which resulted in the complete destruction of the Illyrian force, demonstrated that Alexander had mastered not only the intellectual aspects of military command, but also the practical skills necessary to translate theoretical knowledge into battlefield success. His ability to see tactical possibilities that others missed, combined with the leadership skills necessary to execute complex plans under pressure, marked him as a commander of exceptional potential. The victory over the Illyrians established Alexander's reputation as a military leader in his own right, not merely as Philip's heir but as a warrior capable of independent achievement. The veteran soldiers who had served under him spoke admiringly of his tactical innovations and his willingness to share the dangers faced by common troops. The nobles who had initially questioned his readiness for command now competed for positions in his retinue. Yet for all his military successes, Alexander's most significant achievement during this period may have been the relationships he forged with the men who would later become his closest companions and most trusted generals. The bonds created through shared danger and common triumph would prove stronger than any formal command structure, creating a network of personal loyalties that would hold his future empire together. Hephaestion, who had been Alexander's closest friend since their days at Mysa, emerged as his principal lieutenant and most trusted advisor. Their partnership combined the intellectual compatibility they had developed through shared education with the mutual confidence that could only be forged through combat experience. The understanding between them became so complete that Alexander could communicate his intentions through subtle gestures that Hephaestion interpreted with uncanny accuracy. The other young nobles who served in Alexander's early campaigns, Ptolemy, Lysimachus, Cassander, Seleucus, and others, would later become the kingdoms and dynasties that would rule much of the ancient world. Their shared experience during these formative years created bonds of loyalty and mutual understanding that would enable them to function as an integrated team during the far greater challenges that lay ahead. As Alexander's reputation grew and his responsibilities expanded, the young prince began to display the complex personality that would characterize his entire career. The intellectual curiosity fostered by Aristotelian education combined with the heroic ambitions inherited from his parents to create a leader who was simultaneously rational and romantic, analytical and intuitive, capable of both remarkable self-control and explosive passion. The foundations of greatness were being laid through these early experiences as theoretical knowledge was tempered by practical challenges and youthful ambition was channeled through increasingly demanding responsibilities. The prince, who had tamed Bucephalus through careful observation and calculated courage, was developing into a commander whose combination of intelligence and daring would soon astonish the world. Yet even as Alexander's capabilities expanded and his confidence grew, greater challenges awaited him. The relative safety of campaigns against barbarian tribes would soon give way to the mortal dangers of Greek civil war, while the comfortable assumption that he would eventually inherit his father's throne would be shattered by events that no amount of preparation could anticipate. The young warrior who had proven himself against Illyrian mountain fighters was about to face tests that would determine not only his own fate but the future of the entire ancient world. The summer of 336 BCE began with celebrations that should have marked the pinnacle of Philip II's extraordinary reign. The great theater at Æge, the ancient capital of Macedonia where the tombs of past kings lay beneath earthen mounds that stretched back to the dawn of recorded history, was filled with representatives from every corner of the Greek world. They had come to witness the wedding of Alexander of Epirus to Philip's daughter Cleopatra, a diplomatic marriage that would cement the alliance between Macedonia and the Western Greeks, while demonstrating Philip's power to orchestrate international affairs with the casual authority of a chess master moving pieces across a board. The festivities that surrounded this royal wedding were designed to showcase the wealth and sophistication that Macedonia had achieved under Philip's leadership. Gold and silver gleamed in the torchlight as nobles from across the known world gathered to whose military innovations had revolutionized warfare and whose diplomatic skills had created the most powerful coalition in Greek history. The very presence of these distinguished guests testified to Philip's success in transforming Macedonia from a peripheral kingdom into the dominant force in Mediterranean politics. Yet beneath the surface magnificence of these celebrations, dangerous currents were flowing that would soon transform triumph into tragedy. The complex web of personal relationships, political ambitions, and wounded pride that characterized life at the Macedonian court had created tensions that no amount of ceremonial splendor could entirely conceal. Philip's polygamous marriage practices, while politically advantageous, had created a volatile situation where competing queens and their children maneuvered for position in the succession, while nursing grievances that grew more bitter with each perceived slight. The immediate cause of the crisis that was about to engulf the royal family lay in Philip's most recent marriage to Cleopatra Eurydice, a young Macedonian noblewoman whose uncle Attalus wielded considerable influence among the old aristocratic families that had sometimes chafed under Philip's modernizing reforms. This marriage, contracted for reasons that combined personal attraction with political calculation, had created a situation where Philip's established wives, particularly the fierce Olympias of Epirus, felt their positions and their children's inheritance threatened by the possibility that the new queen might produce a male heir with stronger claims to Macedonian legitimacy. The wedding feast that preceded the ceremony had been marked by an incident that revealed the depth of these tensions and foreshadowed the violence that was about to erupt. Attalus, emboldened by wine and his niece's new status as Philip's wife, had offered a toast that implicitly questioned Alexander's legitimacy, suggesting that the kingdom might soon have true-born heirs rather than the current heir, whose parentage was clouded by Olympias's foreign origins and rumored divine connections. Alexander's reaction to this provocation was swift and explosive, demonstrating both the heroic temper that would characterize his later career and the political instincts that had been sharpened by years of observation at Philip's court. Rising from his place at the high table, The 20-year-old prince hurled his wine cup at Attalus while demanding whether the nobleman dared to call him a bastard. The confrontation that followed might have escalated into open violence if Philip himself had not intervened, though his attempt to restore order only inflamed the situation further. The king's decision to draw his sword against his own son, whether intended as a serious threat or merely a gesture of authority, revealed the extent to which family relationships had been poisoned by the political pressures surrounding the succession. Philip's stumble as he moved toward Alexander, caused by wine and the lingering effects of old battle wounds, prompted a bitter comment from the prince that would echo through the halls of power. "Look, men, here is the one who is preparing to cross from Europe to Asia, and he falls down crossing from couch to couch." This public humiliation, witnessed by nobles from throughout the Greek world, created a wound in Philip's pride that would prove difficult to heal. The king, who had built his reputation on personal prowess and political acumen, had been made to appear weak and ineffective by his own heir in front of an audience whose respect was essential for maintaining Macedonian hegemony. The implications of this confrontation extended far beyond family dynamics to threaten the carefully constructed image of invincible leadership that was central to Philip's power. The immediate aftermath of this incident saw both Philip and Alexander attempt to repair the damage through gestures of reconciliation, but the underlying tensions remained unresolved. Alexander's temporary exile from court and subsequent reconciliation with his father followed patterns of conflict and resolution that had characterized their relationship since the prince's return from misery. Yet this latest crisis differed from earlier disputes in its public nature and its potential impact on the succession arrangements that would determine Macedonia's future. Olympias, never one to accept slights passively, had withdrawn to her native Epirus in a dramatic gesture that was part genuine outrage and part calculated political theater. Her departure from the Macedonian court created additional complications for Philip, who needed to maintain his alliance with the Epirode royal house while managing the domestic crisis that threatened to undermine his carefully laid plans for the conquest of Asia. The Asian expedition that Philip had been planning for years represented the culmination of his life's work, the project that would establish his place among the legendary conquerors of the past while providing outlets for Macedonian energy and ambition that might otherwise be turned against internal targets. The preliminary forces that he had already dispatched across the Hellespont under the command of Parmenion and Attalus had achieved initial successes against Persian forces, creating momentum that could be lost if domestic political crises delayed the main expedition. It was against this background of family discord and international ambition that the events of the wedding day itself unfolded with a tragic inevitability that would later seem almost predestined. The ceremony was designed to demonstrate Philip's power and prosperity, while honoring the gods whose favor was essential for royal legitimacy. The procession that marked the beginning of the formal ceremonies included statues of the 12 Olympian gods accompanied by a 13th image of Philip himself, a symbolic gesture that suggested divine status while stopping just short of explicit claims to godhood. The king's decision to enter the theater without his usual bodyguard was presented as a gesture of confidence and accessibility, demonstrating that Macedonia's internal security was so complete that the monarch could move among his subjects without fear. This calculated display of trust and strength was designed to impress foreign observers while reinforcing the loyalty of domestic audiences who were being offered unprecedented access to their ruler. Yet this very gesture of confidence created the opportunity that Pausanias of Orestes had been seeking, the moment when personal vengeance could be achieved against a king whose power had previously seemed unassailable. The motives that drove this young noble to commit regicide were complex, involving both personal grievances and broader political calculations that reflected the dangerous undercurrents flowing beneath the surface of Macedonian court life. Pausanias had been one of Philip's bodyguards, a member of the elite royal pages whose loyalty was considered absolute and whose access to the king made them among the most trusted individuals in the kingdom. His transformation from devoted protector to assassin reflected personal grievances that had festered for years without receiving the justice that Macedonian law and custom demanded. The chain of events that led to this moment of violence had begun with a personal dispute involving another young noble named Pausanias, who had accused the future assassin of sexual impropriety in terms that demanded satisfaction according to the honor codes that governed aristocratic behavior. The resulting confrontation had led to the accuser's death in battle. Circumstances that left questions of honor and justice unresolved, while creating new grievances that spread through the complex network of family and clan relationships that defined Macedonian society. Attalus, the uncle of Philip's new wife and a powerful figure in court politics, had taken advantage of this situation to humiliate the surviving Pausanias in ways that violated both personal dignity and legal precedent. The sexual assault that the young man had suffered at a gathering hosted by Attalus was both a personal violation and a political statement demonstrating the impunity with which powerful nobles could treat those who lacked sufficient influence to defend themselves. Philip's failure to provide justice for this outrage, whether from political calculation or personal indifference, had created a situation where the victim's only recourse was the ancient right of personal vengeance that predated formal legal systems. The king's decision to promote Attalus to important military commands, including co-leadership of the advance force in Asia, rather than punishing him for his crimes, convinced Pausanias that royal justice was impossible and that his honor could only be restored through direct action. The moment chosen for this act of vengeance was perfectly calculated to achieve maximum impact while minimizing the chances of escape. As Philip entered the theater in the bright morning sunlight, wearing the white robes that symbolized his role as celebrant in his daughter's wedding, he was isolated from his usual protection and focused on the ceremonial requirements of the occasion, rather than potential threats to his safety. Pausanias struck with the efficiency of a trained warrior, driving his blade between Philip's ribs with precision that suggested careful planning and intimate knowledge of anatomy. The wound was immediately fatal, dropping the king to the ground in a pool of blood that spread across the white stones of the theater entrance, while shocked observers struggled to understand what they were witnessing. The assassin's escape route had been planned with equal care, leading through passages that avoided the main crowds while providing access to horses that could carry him beyond the reach of immediate pursuit. Yet the complex loyalties and quick thinking that characterized Macedonian court life ensured that his flight would be brief, as guards and nobles who had initially been paralyzed by shock quickly organized pursuit. The death of Pausanias, accomplished by spears thrown by pursuing horsemen before he could reach safety, eliminated the possibility of discovering whether the assassination had been the result of purely personal motives or part of a broader conspiracy involving other disaffected nobles or foreign enemies. The questions surrounding Philip's death would continue to generate speculation and controversy for centuries, with various theories attributing responsibility to Olympias, to Persian agents, or to domestic political rivals who saw opportunity in the chaos that regicide would create. Alexander's reaction to his father's assassination revealed the political maturity and decisive leadership that would characterize his entire reign. Rather than allowing grief or shock to paralyze his judgment, the 20-year-old prince immediately understood that the succession crisis created by Philip's death offered both unprecedented opportunities and mortal dangers that would require swift and decisive action to navigate successfully. The first challenge was establishing control over the immediate situation at Achilles, where thousands of armed men representing various political factions had gathered for the wedding celebrations. The potential for chaos was enormous, as different groups might attempt to advance their own candidates for the throne, while foreign representatives sought to exploit Macedonian weakness for their own advantage. Alexander's appearance before the assembled crowds in the hours following Philip's death was a masterpiece of political theater that demonstrated his understanding of the psychological factors that influence public opinion. Still stained with his father's blood and speaking with a voice that combined grief with determination, he claimed his inheritance while promising to continue Philip's policies and honor Macedonia's commitments to its allies. The speech that Alexander delivered on this occasion drew upon all the rhetorical training that Aristotle had provided while appealing to the heroic traditions that resonated deeply with Macedonian culture. He presented himself as Philip's worthy successor, the natural heir whose divine connections and proven abilities made him the obvious choice to lead Macedonia into the glorious future that his father had envisioned. Yet claiming the throne and actually securing it were different challenges entirely. The Macedonian succession system, while generally favoring direct male heirs, was not strictly hereditary and included provisions for the army assembly to confirm or reject royal appointments. Alexander needed to win the support of military commanders, regional governors, and allied rulers who might see opportunity in supporting alternative candidates. The most immediate threat came from Amenta's Vav, Philip's nephew, who had been displaced when Philip assumed the throne decades earlier. Though Amenta's had seemed to accept his subordinate position and had even married Alexander's sister, the changed circumstances created new possibilities for pressing his claim with the support of nobles who might prefer a more compliant ruler. Alexander's response to this potential challenge demonstrated the combination of generosity and ruthlessness that would characterize his approach to political opposition throughout his career. Rather than immediately executing Amenta's as a potential threat, he initially attempted to secure his loyalty through honors and responsibilities that would bind him to the new regime. Only when this approach proved insufficient would more direct methods be employed. The broader challenge of securing international recognition required equally sophisticated approaches that demonstrated Alexander's understanding of the complex diplomatic relationships that Philip had constructed. Greek city-states that had chafed under Macedonian hegemony saw Philip's death as an opportunity to assert greater independence, while Persian forces in Asia Minor might exploit the succession crisis to reverse their recent defeats. The speed with which Alexander moved to address these challenges astonished contemporaries who had expected the young king to require months or years to consolidate his position. Within days of his father's death, he had secured the loyalty of key military commanders, confirmed existing treaties with allied states, and begun planning the campaigns that would be necessary to suppress any rebellions that might emerge from the perception of Macedonian weakness. Funeral ceremonies for Philip II provided another opportunity for Alexander to demonstrate his legitimacy while honoring the traditions that connected the new reign with the glorious past. The burial rituals conducted according to ancient Macedonian customs that emphasized the continuity of royal authority were designed to show that the kingdom's strength remained undiminished despite the tragedy that had befallen its leader. The magnificent tomb that was constructed for Philip in the royal cemetery at Achilles reflected both the wealth that Macedonia had accumulated under his leadership and the artistic sophistication that characterized the court culture he had created. The golden artifacts and elaborate decorations that accompanied the king's burial were intended to demonstrate the prosperity that his policies had generated while providing a model for the imperial grandeur that Alexander would later achieve. Yet even as these ceremonial requirements were being fulfilled, Alexander was planning the military campaigns that would be necessary to transform his theoretical authority into practical control. The rebellions that were already beginning to emerge in Greece and the Balkans required immediate attention if they were not to encourage additional challenges to Macedonian hegemony. The first test of Alexander's leadership came from Thebes, the powerful Greek city-state that had been Macedonia's most dangerous enemy before being defeated by Philip at the Battle of Charon. The Bane leaders, encouraged by reports of Alexander's youth and inexperience, began organizing a coalition that might overthrow Macedonian domination of central Greece while establishing Thebes as the leader of a new anti-Macedonian alliance. Alexander's response to this challenge revealed the strategic thinking that would later enable him to conquer the Persian Empire. Rather than allowing the Theban rebellion to gather momentum while he dealt with other pressing concerns, he recognized that swift action might prevent the formation of a broader coalition while demonstrating his capabilities to potential enemies throughout the Greek world. The march from Macedonia to Thebes was accomplished with a speed that shocked contemporary observers and established Alexander's reputation for the lightning campaigns that would become his trademark. The army that appeared before Theban walls had covered the distance from Pella in less than 2 weeks, a logistical achievement that required careful planning and precise execution. The siege of Thebes that followed demonstrated Alexander's mastery of both the military techniques that Philip had developed and the psychological warfare that was often more effective than brute force. The systematic destruction of the city, accomplished after a brief resistance that proved the futility of opposing Macedonian military might, sent a message throughout the Greek world that would prevent future rebellions while establishing Alexander's reputation for both mercy to those who submitted and terrible retribution against those who resisted. The decision to spare only the house of the poet Pindar from the general destruction was a calculated gesture that demonstrated Alexander's cultural sophistication while appealing to the intellectual sensibilities that were valued throughout the Greek world. This combination of military effectiveness with respect for learning and artistic achievement would become a hallmark of Alexander's leadership style. The aftermath of Thebes' destruction saw a wave of submissions from Greek city-states that preferred accommodation to the risk of suffering similar fates. The League of Corinth, Philip's instrument for controlling Greek affairs, was renewed with Alexander as its hegemon, while plans for the Asian expedition were confirmed by representatives who understood that opposition was futile. Yet even as Alexander secured his position in Greece, other challenges were emerging that would test his capabilities in different ways. The barbarian tribes of the northern frontiers, sensing opportunity in the transition between reigns, began organizing raids that threatened the security of Macedonia's core territories. These challenges required different strategies and tactics than those that had proven effective against Greek city-states. The Thracian and Illyrian campaigns that Alexander conducted during his first year as king demonstrated his ability to adapt Macedonian military techniques to different types of warfare, while maintaining the initiative that prevented enemies from coordinating their efforts. The innovative tactics that he developed for fighting in mountainous terrain would later prove valuable during his Asian campaigns. As the first year of Alexander's reign drew to a close, the young king had successfully navigated the immediate challenges created by his father's assassination, while establishing his credentials as a military commander and political leader. The rebellions that had threatened to fragment Philip's empire had been suppressed, the loyalty of key allies had been secured, and the preparations for the Asian expedition had been maintained despite the disruption caused by the succession crisis. Yet these achievements, remarkable as they were for a 20-year-old ruler, represented only the beginning of the challenges that Alexander would face. The Persian Empire that awaited him across the Hellespont was the largest and most sophisticated political entity in the ancient world, ruled by leaders who had governed vast territories for generations and defended by armies that had proven their effectiveness in countless campaigns. The transformation of Alexander from a successful regional ruler into the conqueror of the known world would require capabilities that no amount of preparation could guarantee. The young king, who had proven himself against Greek rebels and barbarian raiders, was about to face challenges that would test every aspect of his character, intelligence, and leadership ability. Standing on the threshold of his greatest adventure, Alexander had demonstrated that Philip's faith in his abilities had been justified, and that the education provided by Aristotle had created a leader capable of decisive action under the most difficult circumstances. The prince, who had tamed Bucaspulus through careful observation and calculated courage, had become a king whose combination of intellectual sophistication and military prowess promised achievements that might surpass even those of his legendary father. The stage was set for the greatest military adventure in ancient history, as the young monarch who had inherited Philip's army and ambitions prepared to lead his forces into Asia in pursuit of conquests that would either establish his place among the immortal heroes or destroy him in the attempt. The death of Philip II had ended one chapter in Macedonian history, while opening another that would ultimately encompass the entire known world. In the spring of 334 BCE, as the first warm winds began to stir the waters of the Hellespont and the snows melted from the mountain passes that connected Europe with Asia, Alexander stood on the shores of the Aegean Sea contemplating the greatest gamble in military history. Behind him stretched the familiar landscapes of Macedonia and Greece, territories that he had secured through 2 years of relentless campaigning and political maneuvering. Ahead lay the vast expanse of the Persian Empire, a realm that had dominated the ancient world for over 2 centuries and commanded resources that dwarfed anything available to Greek civilization. The army that Alexander had assembled for this expedition represented the culmination of Philip II's military innovations combined with refinements that reflected his own tactical genius and understanding of combined arms warfare. 35,000 veterans stood ready to follow their young king into unknown territories, their bronze-tipped sarissas gleaming in the morning light, while their disciplined formations demonstrated the precision that had made Macedonian phalanxes invincible on European battlefields. The core of this force consisted of 6 battalions of Macedonian foot companions, each numbering 1,500 men drawn from the farming communities and small towns that had provided the backbone of Philip's conquests. These soldiers were not mercenaries fighting for pay, but citizens defending their homeland's interests, motivated by loyalty to their king and confidence in their own superiority over any enemy they might encounter. The companion cavalry, 1,300 of Macedonia's finest horsemen, led by Alexander himself, formed the offensive spearhead that would deliver decisive strikes at crucial moments in battle. These were the sons of noble families who had grown up alongside their king, bound to him by personal loyalty and shared ambition for the glory that successful conquest would bring. Their horses, bred from the finest stock available in the ancient world, were trained to respond to the slightest pressure while remaining steady under the chaos of battlefield conditions. Supporting these elite formations were contingents of allied Greek infantry, Thracian light cavalry, Cretan archers, and agrarian javelin men, creating a combined force that could adapt to any tactical situation while maintaining the coordination necessary for complex battlefield maneuvers. The diversity of this army reflected Alexander's understanding that different types of warfare required different military specializations, lessons learned from his father's campaigns, and refined through his own experience. The logistical preparation for this expedition had required months of careful planning and demonstrated the sophisticated administrative capabilities that Macedonian government had developed under Philip's leadership. Supply ships carried grain, weapons, siege equipment, and the countless other necessities required to maintain an army in hostile territory, while a fleet of warships provided protection against Persian naval forces that might attempt to disrupt communications with the homeland. Yet, for all the careful material preparations, the most significant aspect of this expedition was psychological. Alexander was not merely leading an army across a narrow strait, but attempting to transform the balance of power that had governed international relations since the rise of Persian hegemony under Cyrus the Great. The young king, who had proven his capabilities against Greek rebels and barbarian raiders, was now challenging the greatest empire in the ancient world. The symbolic importance of the crossing was not lost on Alexander, who understood that this moment would be remembered either as the beginning of a glorious conquest, or as the prelude to a catastrophic defeat that would end Macedonian power forever. The decision to personally lead the first ship across the Hellespont was both a gesture of heroic leadership and a calculated political statement that demonstrated his commitment to the enterprise. As Alexander's ship approached the Asian shore, he performed the ritual gestures that would connect his expedition with the legendary heroes of the past, while claiming divine sanction for his enterprise. The spear that he hurled onto the beach was more than a weapon. It was a formal declaration that he claimed Asia as territory won by conquest, a symbolic act that transformed what might have been seen as mere aggression into legitimate warfare sanctioned by ancient custom. The first steps that Alexander took on Asian soil carried the weight of centuries of cultural tradition and religious belief. Here, according to Greek legend, the heroes of the Trojan War had fought and died for glory that would echo through eternity. The young king who claimed descent from Achilles was consciously placing himself within this heroic tradition while promising achievements that would surpass even those of the legendary past. The pilgrimage to Troy that Alexander made immediately after landing was both personal devotion and political theater, designed to inspire his followers while announcing his intentions to the wider world. The ceremonies at the tomb of Achilles, where Alexander laid wreaths and offered sacrifices to his mythical ancestor, proclaimed that this expedition was driven by more than mere ambition for conquest, but represented the fulfillment of divine destiny. The exchange of armor that performed at Achilles' tomb was particularly significant, replacing his own equipment with ancient weapons that legend claimed had belonged to the greatest of Greek heroes. This ritual transformation was intended to show that Alexander had literally assumed the mantle of heroic leadership while inheriting the supernatural protection that the gods provided to their chosen champions. Yet beneath these symbolic gestures lay practical military preparations that reflected Alexander's understanding of the challenges that awaited his army. The Persian Empire that he was invading was not the decadent despotism that Greek propaganda often portrayed, but a sophisticated political system that had successfully governed diverse populations across vast territories for generations. The Persian military forces that Alexander would face represented a formidable combination of professional troops, allied contingents, and hired mercenaries drawn from throughout the known world. The Persian heavy cavalry, equipped with armor that rivaled anything produced by Greek smiths, had proven their effectiveness in countless campaigns, while Greek mercenary infantry provided expertise in the tactical systems that had made city-state armies so formidable. The strategic situation that Alexander confronted upon landing was both challenging and promising. The advance forces that Philip had dispatched under Parmenion and Attalus had achieved initial successes, but were now contained by Persian armies that had recovered from their early surprises and were preparing systematic resistance to further Macedonian expansion. The Persian response to Alexander's invasion was coordinated by a council of satraps, provincial governors, who commanded both local resources and strategic expertise gained through years of frontier territories. These were not court nobles divorced from military realities, but experienced administrators who understood both the strengths and limitations of the forces under their command. The first major test of Alexander's capabilities came at the Granicus River, where Persian forces had established defensive positions designed to prevent Macedonian armies from advancing into the rich territories of western Anatolia. The battle that followed would demonstrate whether the tactical innovations that had proven effective against European enemies could succeed against the sophisticated military systems of Asian warfare. The Persian position at the Granicus was formidable, taking advantage of natural features that favored defensive warfare, while providing multiple options for tactical flexibility. The steep banks of the river created obstacles that would disrupt Macedonian formations, while Persian cavalry positioned on higher ground could deliver devastating charges against any forces that successfully crossed the water barrier. The Persian commanders who had chosen this battlefield understood the strengths and weaknesses of Macedonian tactical systems better than most of Alexander's previous enemies. Several of them had studied Greek military methods during earlier campaigns, while the presence of Greek mercenary officers in their ranks provided expertise in countering phalanx formations and cavalry charges. Alexander's decision to attack across the river, despite these disadvantages, demonstrated both the aggressive leadership style that would characterize his entire career and his confidence in the superior training and motivation of his troops. The assault he ordered was not a reckless gamble, but a calculated risk based on careful analysis of enemy dispositions and weather conditions that would affect the battle's outcome. The crossing itself required exceptional courage from soldiers who were forced to advance uphill against superior numbers while navigating difficult terrain that limited their ability to formation. The Macedonian infantry, who waded into the Granicus under a hail of arrows and javelins, demonstrated the discipline and determination that would enable them to conquer territories stretching from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean. Alexander's personal leadership during this battle established the pattern of heroic courage that would inspire his troops throughout their Asian campaigns. His decision to lead the companion cavalry in the initial assault, personally engaging Persian nobles in single combat while his forces established footholds on the eastern bank, showed that he was willing to share every danger faced by his soldiers. The death of Mithridates, a Persian nobleman and relative of King Darius III, at Alexander's own hands provided a symbolic victory that transcended the tactical success of crossing the river. This personal triumph over a member of the Persian royal family demonstrated that Greek military prowess could overcome Asian numbers and equipment when properly applied. The rout that followed the collapse of Persian resistance at the Granicus revealed the psychological impact that Alexander's presence had on both his own forces and his enemies. The disciplined pursuit that his cavalry conducted, maintaining formation while inflicting maximum casualties on fleeing enemies, showed the professional competence that distinguished his army from the undisciplined forces that often characterized ancient warfare. The aftermath of this victory provided Alexander with his first opportunity to implement the policies that would govern his treatment of conquered territories throughout his career. The decision to free Greek cities from Persian control, while respecting local customs and religious practices, demonstrated an understanding of imperial administration that went far beyond mere military conquest. The liberation of Ephesus, one of the greatest cities in Asia Minor, and home to the Temple of Artemis that had burned on the night of Alexander's birth, was orchestrated as both political theater and practical administration. The ceremonies that marked the restoration of Greek autonomy were designed to inspire similar communities to welcome Macedonian forces as liberators rather than conquerors. Yet Alexander's approach to governance was more nuanced than simple Greek chauvinism. His decision to retain Persian administrative structures while replacing disloyal officials with more reliable appointees showed pragmatic recognition that effective government required local knowledge and established institutions rather than wholesale replacement of existing systems. The treatment of captured Persian nobles and officials revealed another aspect of Alexander's political philosophy that would prove crucial to his later success. Rather than executing prisoners according to the brutal customs that often governed ancient warfare, he offered them opportunities to serve in his administration if they demonstrated genuine loyalty to his cause. This policy of integration rather than elimination created possibilities for the cultural synthesis that would become the hallmark of Alexander's empire. The Persian administrators who accepted positions in the new government brought expertise in managing complex bureaucratic systems while gaining personal stakes in Alexander's continued success. The most prominent of these converts was Mithranes, the commander of the citadel at Sardis, who became one of Alexander's most trusted advisors and provided invaluable intelligence about Persian military capabilities and political vulnerabilities. The military innovations that Alexander introduced during these early campaigns reflected his ability to adapt Macedonian tactical systems to the different requirements of Asian warfare. The integration of captured Persian cavalry units into his own forces provided both additional military capability and practical demonstrations of his inclusive approach to imperial administration. These Persian horsemen, initially treated with suspicion by Macedonian veterans, gradually proved their worth through shared dangers and common victories. The siege techniques that Alexander's forces employed against fortified cities demonstrated the sophisticated engineering capabilities that Philip's military reforms had developed. The combination of traditional Greek siege methods with Persian innovations created more effective approaches to reducing fortifications than either system could achieve independently. The siege of Miletus, one of the first major fortified cities to resist Alexander's advance, became a laboratory for testing these new approaches. Miletus, situated on a peninsula that jutted into the Aegean Sea, possessed natural defenses that had protected it for centuries against various invaders. The city's walls, recently strengthened with Persian resources, incorporated the latest developments in fortification technology, while its harbor provided access to naval reinforcement that could break any blockade that land forces might establish. The Persian fleet that attempted to relieve Miletus represented the empire's most sophisticated naval technology, with ships that were larger and more heavily armed than anything in Alexander's maritime forces. The naval battle that developed outside Miletus harbor became the first test of Macedonian capabilities in a type of warfare where Persian advantages seemed insurmountable. Alexander's solution to this challenge demonstrated the innovative thinking that would characterize his entire career. Rather than accepting a direct naval confrontation where Persian advantages would be decisive, he landed troops on the small island that controlled access to the harbor, establishing artillery positions that could dominate the water approaches while making it impossible for Persian ships to operate effectively. The siege that followed became a masterpiece of coordinated land and sea operations, with Macedonian forces controlling every avenue of approach while maintaining their own supply lines through superior positioning and tactical coordination. The surrender of Miletus after a siege that lasted only weeks demonstrated that even the strongest Persian fortifications could not withstand systematic Macedonian assault methods. The treatment of Miletus after its surrender established precedents for Alexander's future governance policies. The city's Greek population was granted autonomy and democratic government, while Persian officials who submitted were allowed to retain their positions under Macedonian oversight. The economic policies that Alexander implemented encouraged trade and prosperity, while generating revenues that could support continued military operations. The capture of Halicarnassus, the greatest fortress city in western Anatolia, and the stronghold of Memnon of Rhodes, the most capable Persian commander in the region, presented even greater challenges. Memnon, a Greek mercenary who had earned Persian trust through years of effective service, understood Macedonian tactical methods better than any other enemy commander, and had prepared defenses specifically designed to counter Alexander's anticipated approaches. The fortifications of Halicarnassus incorporated every innovation in defensive architecture that the ancient world had developed, with multiple concentric walls, advanced artillery positions, and a harbor that could support indefinite resistance if naval supply lines remained open. The garrison that defended these walls included the best troops available to Persian forces in Anatolia, while Memnon's leadership provided the tactical expertise necessary to exploit every advantage that the defensive position offered. The siege operations that Alexander conducted against Halicarnassus lasted for months and required innovations in siege technique that pushed ancient military engineering to its limits. The massive siege towers that Macedonian engineers constructed had to be tall enough to overtop walls that rose to unprecedented heights, while battering rams of extraordinary size were needed to breach fortifications that were far thicker than anything previously encountered. The underground warfare that characterized the later stages of this siege introduced techniques that had rarely been used in Greek military operations. The tunnels that Macedonian sappers dug beneath the walls of Halicarnassus were countered by Persian countermines, creating a subterranean battlefield where combat took place in conditions that tested the courage and endurance of both sides. The final assault on Halicarnassus, coordinated across multiple breach points while naval forces prevented evacuation by sea, demonstrated the sophisticated tactical coordination that Alexander's forces had developed during their first year in Asia. The systematic reduction of the city's defenses required precise timing and flawless execution by units operating independently while maintaining overall strategic coherence. Memnon's escape from the fallen city, accomplished through naval routes that Macedonian forces could not effectively blockade, preserved Persian hopes for eventual counterattack while providing Alexander with a dangerous enemy who possessed both tactical expertise and intimate knowledge of Macedonian capabilities. The continuation of this conflict would influence strategic planning for both sides throughout the coming campaigns. As news of Alexander's early victories spread throughout the Persian Empire, the strategic situation began to evolve in ways that would define the character of the entire campaign. The initial assumption that this would be merely another barbarian raid, similar to earlier Greek incursions that had been contained through local resistance, gave way to recognition that Alexander represented a threat to the entire imperial system. King Darius III, the Persian monarch who had inherited the throne through palace intrigue rather than military achievement, faced the challenge of coordinating resistance across territories that stretched from the Aegean Sea to the Indus River. The administrative skills that had enabled him to maintain internal stability were now tested by external threats that required military responses on a scale that the empire had not faced for generations. The council meetings that Darius convened in the royal capital of Persepolis brought together satraps, military commanders, and court advisors whose diverse perspectives reflected the complex challenges that the empire faced. The veteran generals who had served under previous kings advocated traditional approaches that had proven effective against earlier threats, while younger commanders argued for innovative strategies that might counter Alexander's unconventional methods. The intelligence reports that reached the Persian court provided detailed information about Macedonian capabilities, but offered conflicting assessments of the ultimate threat that Alexander's invasion represented. Some observers emphasized the limited size of his forces and the vast distances that separated him from reinforcement, while others stressed the sophisticated training and exceptional leadership that made his army far more dangerous than its numbers might suggest. The resources available to Darius were theoretically overwhelming, with subject populations numbering in the millions in tribute revenues that could fund military operations far exceeding anything available to Macedonian forces. The Persian Empire controlled territories that produced every type of military equipment and provided access to mercenary forces from throughout the known world. Yet the practical challenges of coordinating resistance across such vast distances while maintaining control over potentially rebellious subject peoples created vulnerabilities that Alexander was uniquely positioned to exploit. The communication systems that had enabled effective imperial administration in peacetime proved inadequate for the rapid decision-making that military crisis required. The decision to allow Alexander's forces to advance deeper into Anatolia while preparing a massive counterattack represented sound strategic thinking that took advantage of Persian strengths while minimizing the risks created by hasty responses to initial defeats. The time gained through this approach would enable Darius to assemble forces from throughout his empire while drawing Alexander farther from his bases of supply and reinforcement. The mobilization orders that went out from Persepolis to every corner of the empire demanded unprecedented contributions of men, equipment, and resources for a campaign that would either crush the Macedonian invasion or establish Alexander as the rightful successor to Cyrus and his heirs. The scale of preparation that these orders required demonstrated both the vast capabilities of Persian administration and the enormous challenges that coordinating such diverse forces would entail. Yet this strategy also provided Alexander with opportunities to demonstrate his capabilities while building momentum that would attract additional allies and discourage potential opponents. Each victory achieved during these early months of the campaign enhanced Macedonian prestige while undermining confidence in Persian military effectiveness throughout the eastern Mediterranean. The liberation of Greek cities throughout western Anatolia created a wave of enthusiasm that extended far beyond the immediate tactical advantages gained through these conquests. The restoration of democratic governments and the elimination of Persian tribute obligations provided practical benefits that encouraged communities throughout the region to view Alexander as a legitimate liberator rather than merely another foreign conqueror. The economic policies that Alexander implemented in these newly liberated territories revealed his sophisticated understanding of the relationship between prosperity and political loyalty. Rather than imposing heavy taxation to fund his military operations, he reduced tribute burdens while encouraging trade and commercial development that would generate long-term revenues through increased economic activity. The cultural and religious policies that Alexander implemented in these newly conquered territories revealed the sophisticated understanding of imperial administration that would characterize his entire career. Rather than imposing Macedonian customs and beliefs on subject populations, he encouraged the revival of local traditions while establishing overarching political structures that could maintain unity across diverse communities. The restoration of temples that had been closed or converted during the period of Persian rule became a priority that demonstrated Alexander's respect for local religious traditions while building support among populations whose loyalty would be essential for maintaining control over conquered territories. The festivals and ceremonies that marked these restorations provided opportunities for Alexander to present himself as a legitimate ruler rather than a foreign occupier. The establishment of new cities and the renovation of existing settlements demonstrated Alexander's vision of empire as more than military occupation but as creative transformation of conquered territories. The urban planning principles that governed these projects reflected both Greek aesthetic preferences and practical administrative requirements that would enable effective governance. The first of these new foundations, established at strategic locations that could control important trade routes while providing secure bases for future military operations, became models for the hundreds of cities that Alexander would later create throughout his empire. The combination of Greek architectural styles with local building techniques created distinctive urban environments that served both practical and symbolic functions. As the first year of Alexander's Asian expedition drew to a close, the young king had achieved successes that exceeded the most optimistic expectations of his supporters, while demonstrating capabilities that surprised even those who had observed his rise to power. The army that had crossed the Hellespont as an invasion force was being transformed into the instrument of imperial administration, while the territories that had been conquered were being integrated into a new political system that combined the best features of Greek and Persian civilization. Yet these early achievements, remarkable as they were, represented only the beginning of challenges that would test every aspect of Alexander's character and capabilities. The Persian Empire that awaited him in the interior of Asia was far more formidable than the frontier territories he had conquered, while King Darius III was preparing responses that would either crush the Macedonian invasion or establish Alexander as the rightful successor. To Cyrus and his heirs, the transformation of Alexander from a successful regional conqueror into the master of the largest empire in ancient history would require victories on a scale that no previous Greek leader had achieved. The young king who had proven his tactical brilliance at the Granicus River was about to face challenges that would determine not only his own fate but the future development of civilization itself. Standing at the threshold of his greatest trials, Alexander had demonstrated that his father's confidence and Aristotle's education had created a leader capable of achievements that might surpass those of any previous conqueror. The prince who had tamed Bucephalus through careful observation and calculated courage had become the king whose combination of military genius and administrative sophistication promised transformations that would reshape the ancient world. The stage was set for confrontations that would either establish Alexander's place among the immortal heroes of legend or destroy him in the attempt to achieve the impossible. The young conqueror who had successfully begun his invasion of Asia was about to discover whether his abilities were equal to the unprecedented challenges that awaited him in the heart of the Persian Empire. By the autumn of 333 BCE, the strategic situation in Western Asia had been fundamentally transformed by Alexander's systematic conquest of the Persian Empire's westernmost territories. The young Macedonian king who had landed on Asian shores 18 months earlier as an untested invader now controlled a swath of territory stretching from the Hellespont to the mountains of southern Anatolia. While his reputation for military genius and administrative innovation had begun to attract allies from across the ancient world. Yet for all his remarkable achievements, Alexander understood that his conquests remained fragile as long as the Persian Empire's vast resources remained unconquered and its royal authority unchallenged. The scattered victories he had achieved against provincial governors and regional commanders, impressive though they were, could be reversed by a single decisive defeat at the hands of the great king himself. Darius III, who had spent the intervening months assembling the largest army in Persian history, was finally ready to confront the Macedonian threat personally. The forces that gathered under the royal standards at Babylon represented the full might of an empire that stretched from the Aegean Sea to the Indus River, with contingents drawn from every corner of the known world and equipped with the finest weapons that ancient technology could produce. The army that marched westward from Babylon in the late summer of 333 BCE was a sight that would have intimidated any previous invader of Persian territory. Contemporary estimates, though possibly exaggerated by ancient historians seeking dramatic effect, suggest that Darius commanded over 600,000 men, including 30,000 Greek mercenaries whose expertise in hoplite warfare provided a professional corps around which the diverse imperial forces could be organized. The Persian heavy cavalry, the elite Immortals infantry corps, and the fearsome scythe chariots that had terrorized enemies for generations were supported by contingents from every satrap in the empire. Syrian archers, Bactrian horsemen, Indian war elephants, and Scythian nomads marched alongside palace guards whose armor gleamed with gold and precious stones, creating a spectacle of imperial power that was designed as much to overawe opponents as to destroy them in battle. The strategic plan that Darius had developed for this campaign reflected both the strengths and weaknesses of commanding such a massive force. The sheer size of his army made it nearly invincible in open battle, provided it could be brought to favorable ground where numbers would be decisive. Yet this same size created logistical challenges that limited the army's mobility and made it vulnerable to the rapid tactical innovations that had characterized Alexander's earlier campaigns. The route that Darius chose for his advance demonstrated sophisticated understanding of the geographic factors that would influence the coming confrontation. Rather than pursuing Alexander directly into the mountainous terrain of southern Anatolia, where the Persian numerical advantage would be neutralized by narrow passes and broken ground, the great king moved his forces to the Cilician plain, a broad expanse of level ground where his cavalry and chariots could operate effectively. This strategic positioning was designed to force Alexander into a dilemma that would test both his tactical genius and his political judgment. The Macedonian king could either avoid battle by remaining in the mountains, thereby conceding Persian control of the vital trade routes and coastal cities that he had conquered, or he could descend to the plain and face Persian forces under conditions that favored his enemies. Alexander's response to this challenge revealed the aggressive confidence that would characterize his entire career. Rather than accepting a defensive posture that might preserve his existing conquests while avoiding decisive confrontation, he chose to march directly toward the Persian army with forces that were outnumbered by margins that conventional military wisdom considered suicidal. The decision to seek immediate battle reflected Alexander's understanding that time favored his enemies. Each day of delay allowed Darius to perfect his preparations while potentially attracting additional allies who might be impressed by Persian numbers and intimidated by the prospect of backing the losing side. Only through rapid action that demonstrated continued Macedonian superiority could Alexander maintain the momentum that had carried him to his current position. The march toward Issus, the coastal city where the two armies would finally meet, was conducted under conditions that tested the discipline and morale of both forces. Alexander's troops, seasoned by nearly 2 years of continuous campaigning, moved with the professional confidence of veterans who had never experienced defeat. Yet they were also aware that they were advancing toward a battle that would either establish their king as the greatest conqueror in history or destroy them in the attempt. The Persian forces that occupied positions around Issus represented the largest concentration of military power that the ancient world had ever assembled for a single campaign. The sight of their encampments stretching beyond the horizon and filled with the exotic equipment and colorful banners of dozens of different nations must have seemed overwhelming to the Macedonian scouts who first observed them from the mountain passes. Yet Darius, despite his overwhelming numerical superiority, had made a crucial strategic error that would determine the outcome of the battle before it began. His decision to position his forces in the narrow coastal plain between the mountains and the sea negated the very advantages that had motivated his careful positioning and planning. The confined space that surrounded Issus prevented the Persians from deploying their full strength while providing Alexander with opportunities to exploit the tactical innovations that had made his army invincible. The battle formations that the two armies adopted on the morning of November 1, 333 BCE reflected fundamentally different approaches to warfare that had been developing for centuries. Darius arranged his forces according to traditional Persian methods, with the king himself positioned in the center surrounded by his elite guards while various national contingents were deployed according to their specialized capabilities. The Macedonian deployment that Alexander ordered was far more sophisticated, reflecting years of tactical development and adaptation to different types of enemies. The phalanx formations that formed the center of his line were supported by light infantry that could adapt to changing conditions, while the companion cavalry was positioned for the decisive charge that would determine the battle's outcome. Alexander's personal preparation for this battle demonstrated his understanding that the coming confrontation would be decided as much by leadership and morale as by tactical formations and numerical strength. His appearance before his troops on the morning of battle, wearing armor that gleamed like silver and carrying weapons that legend claimed had belonged to Achilles himself, was designed to inspire confidence while projecting the heroic authority that Macedonian culture associated with legitimate kingship. The speech that Alexander delivered to his assembled forces before the battle began drew upon all the rhetorical training that Aristotle had provided while appealing to the heroic traditions that resonated throughout Greek culture. He reminded his soldiers of their previous victories, emphasized the justice of their cause, and promised rewards that would make them wealthy beyond their dreams if they could achieve victory over the greatest army in the world. Yet the most significant aspect of Alexander's preparation was his decision to position himself at the point of maximum danger, leading the companion cavalry in a charge that would either break through Persian lines or result in his own death. This gesture of heroic leadership was both inspirational theater and practical tactics, demonstrating to his troops that their king was willing to share every risk while providing the personal direction that would be essential for coordinating the complex maneuvers that victory would require. The opening phases of the Battle of Issus unfolded according to patterns that had characterized Alexander's previous engagements, with light infantry and cavalry forces probing enemy positions while the main formations prepared for decisive action. Yet the scale and intensity of this confrontation exceeded anything that either army had previously experienced, as hundreds of thousands of warriors clashed along a front that stretched for miles. The Persian strategy for the battle was based on the assumption that superior numbers would eventually overwhelm Macedonian resistance, regardless of tactical innovations or leadership advantages. The plan called for coordinated attacks across the entire front that would prevent Alexander from concentrating his forces at any single point, while exploiting Persian advantages in archery and cavalry warfare. The initial Persian assault achieved significant success, particularly on Alexander's left flank where Thessalian cavalry faced overwhelming numbers of Persian horsemen, supported by missile troops that could strike from beyond the range of effective retaliation. For a time it appeared that Darius's strategy might succeed as Macedonian formations began to bend under pressure that seemed impossible to withstand. Yet it was precisely at this moment of maximum crisis that Alexander's tactical genius and personal courage combined to achieve one of the most dramatic reversals in military history. Rather than attempting to shore up his weakening left flank through reinforcement, He recognized that the Persian concentration against that position had created vulnerabilities elsewhere that could be exploited through rapid action. The charge that Alexander led with the companion cavalry was directed not at the strongest point of Persian resistance, but at the seam between different units where coordination was most difficult and defensive preparations were least complete. This calculated risk required perfect timing and flawless execution, as failure would have resulted in the destruction of the Macedonian army's most elite formation. The breakthrough that Alexander achieved through this charge was both tactically decisive and psychologically devastating to Persian morale. The sight of Macedonian cavalry cutting through supposedly invincible Persian formations while their king led from the front created panic that spread throughout the imperial army faster than any general's orders could restore discipline. The personal combat that developed around Alexander during this charge became the stuff of legend as the young Macedonian king found himself face to face with Persian nobles whose deaths or capture would determine the battle's outcome. The wounds that Alexander sustained during this fighting, including a sword cut to his thigh that would leave permanent scars, demonstrated his willingness to share the dangers faced by his soldiers while establishing his credentials as a warrior worthy to be called the new Achilles. Yet perhaps the most dramatic moment of the entire battle came when Alexander's advance brought him within sight of Darius himself, the great king whose authority represented 2 centuries of Persian imperial tradition. The confrontation between these 2 young rulers, separated by only a few hundred yards of battlefield chaos, embodied the clash between 2 different civilizations and 2 different approaches to royal authority. Darius's decision to flee the battlefield at this crucial moment, abandoning his forces while Alexander pressed ever closer to the royal position, created a psychological shock that reverberated throughout the ancient world. The sight of the great king's chariot racing away from battle, while his soldiers fought and died, became a symbol of Persian weakness that would be remembered for generations. The collapse of Persian resistance that followed Darius's flight was so complete that Alexander's forces were able to capture the entire royal camp, including the king's family, his treasury, and the elaborate court that had accompanied the imperial army. The wealth that fell into Macedonian hands was so vast that it solved Alexander's financial problems while providing resources for future campaigns that could be conducted on an unprecedented scale. Yet the most significant prize was not material but symbolic. The capture of Darius's mother, wife, and children provided Alexander with hostages whose treatment would demonstrate his character while creating opportunities for the generous gestures that could win Persian loyalty. The respect and courtesy that Alexander showed to these royal captives, treating them with honor appropriate to their status while ensuring their safety and comfort, established precedents for the inclusive imperial style that would characterize his later rule. The immediate aftermath of Issus saw Alexander face choices that would determine not only his military future but the character of the empire he was creating. The pursuit of Darius, which many of his generals urged as the logical next step, would have offered opportunities to eliminate Persian resistance entirely while establishing Alexander as the undisputed successor to imperial authority. Yet Alexander's decision to turn south toward Egypt rather than pursuing his defeated enemy reflected strategic thinking that went beyond immediate military advantage. The conquest of Egypt would provide secure bases for future operations, while demonstrating that his ambitions extended beyond mere conquest of Persian territories, to encompass the creation of a new type of empire that could unite East and West under enlightened leadership. The siege of Tyre, the island fortress that controlled maritime trade routes throughout the eastern Mediterranean, became Alexander's next great challenge and provided opportunities to demonstrate the siege warfare capabilities that would be essential for reducing the fortified cities that protected the Persian Empire's core territories. The 7-month siege that followed would test every aspect of Macedonian engineering skill, while establishing Alexander's reputation as a commander who could overcome any obstacle through persistence and innovation. The construction of the causeway that connected the island of Tyre to the mainland represented one of the greatest engineering achievements in ancient warfare, requiring coordination between military and civilian specialists while defending the work against constant attack from Tyrian forces who understood that their city's survival depended on preventing this connection. The innovations in siege warfare that Alexander's engineers developed during this campaign, including floating siege towers and specialized naval equipment designed for attacking fortified positions from the sea, demonstrated the adaptive capabilities that enabled Macedonian forces to succeed in situations where traditional methods would have failed. The fall of Tyre after such extended resistance sent shock waves throughout the ancient world, demonstrating that no fortification, however strong or strategically positioned, could withstand Alexander's determination and engineering capabilities. The harsh treatment that the city received after its surrender, including the crucifixion of surviving defenders and the enslavement of the civilian population, showed that Alexander could be as ruthless as he was generous when circumstances required such measures. The march into Egypt that followed the capture of Tyre was conducted under conditions that tested Alexander's understanding of the religious and cultural sensitivities that governed relationships between rulers and subjects in different civilizations. Unlike the Greek cities of Anatolia, which had welcomed Macedonian forces as liberators from Persian rule, Egypt possessed ancient traditions and established priesthoods whose cooperation would be essential for effective governance. Alexander's approach to Egyptian religious customs demonstrated the cultural flexibility that would become characteristic of his imperial style. Rather than imposing Greek or Persian religious practices, he sought recognition from Egyptian priests as a legitimate pharaoh while participating in traditional ceremonies that connected royal authority with divine sanction. The journey to the Oracle of Ammonius at the Siwa Oasis, undertaken through desert conditions that tested the endurance of Alexander and his companions, represented both personal spiritual quest and calculated political theater. The recognition that he received from the priests of Ammonius as the son of Zeus Ammonius provided religious legitimacy that transcended cultural boundaries while reinforcing the claims of divine parentage that had surrounded his birth. The founding of Alexandria at the mouth of the Nile River represented Alexander's most ambitious attempt to create a new type of city that could serve as a bridge between different civilizations while providing a secure base for future operations. The site that he chose for this foundation combined strategic advantages with symbolic significance, creating opportunities for commercial development while honoring the cultural traditions that would attract diverse populations. The urban planning principles that governed Alexandria's development reflected both Greek aesthetic preferences and practical requirements for governing a cosmopolitan population. The wide streets, public spaces, and monumental buildings that characterized the city's design were intended to accommodate diverse communities, while projecting the imperial grandeur that was essential for maintaining political authority. The library and museum that Alexander envisioned for Alexandria represented his understanding that lasting empire required more than military conquest, but must also provide centers for learning and cultural development. The scholars and scientists who would eventually gather in Alexandria would make contributions to human knowledge that far exceeded the immediate political purposes that had motivated the city's foundation. As Alexander prepared to leave Egypt and resume his pursuit of Darius, he had fundamentally transformed the strategic situation throughout the eastern Mediterranean. The territories that he now controlled provided secure bases for future operations while generating revenues that could support military campaigns on scales that had never before been attempted. Yet perhaps most importantly, the administrative innovations and cultural policies that Alexander had developed during his Egyptian sojourn provided models for governing the diverse populations that would be incorporated into his expanding empire. The combination of respect for local traditions with overarching imperial authority that he had perfected in Egypt would prove essential for managing the vast territories that lay ahead. The young king who departed from Alexandria in the spring of 331 BCE had been transformed by his experiences from a successful regional conqueror into a leader whose vision encompassed the creation of a new type of civilization that could unite the ancient world under enlightened rule. The challenges that awaited him in Mesopotamia and beyond would test whether this vision could be realized through the military and political capabilities that he had demonstrated thus far. The stage was set for the greatest confrontation in ancient history as Alexander prepared to face Darius once again in a battle that would determine not only the fate of the Persian Empire but the future development of human civilization itself. The young conqueror who had proven his tactical genius at Issus was about to discover whether his abilities were sufficient to achieve the impossible dream of uniting East and West under a single imperial crown. The winter months that Alexander spent in Egypt had provided time for reflection and preparation that would prove crucial for the challenges ahead. The administrative systems that he had established throughout his conquered territories were beginning to function effectively, generating revenues and providing supplies that could support extended campaigns deep into the Persian heartland. More importantly, the policies of cultural integration that he had developed were attracting support from populations who had initially viewed his forces with suspicion or hostility. The intelligence networks that Alexander's agents had established throughout the Persian Empire provided detailed information about Darius's preparations for renewed confrontation. Reports from Babylon and Persepolis described military preparations on an unprecedented scale, with the great king determined to assemble forces that would dwarf even the massive army that had been defeated at Issus. Yet these same intelligence reports also revealed growing divisions within the leadership as various satraps and court officials began to question Darius's competence, while considering whether their own interests might be better served through accommodation with the apparently unstoppable Macedonian advance. The political foundations of Persian imperial authority were beginning to crack under the pressure of repeated military defeats and the erosion of confidence in royal leadership. The diplomatic initiatives that Alexander launched during his Egyptian sojourn demonstrated his understanding that lasting conquest required more than military victory, but must also provide incentives for voluntary submission by populations who recognize the advantages of enlightened governance. The embassies that he sent to various Persian territories offered generous terms to communities that would accept Macedonian authority, while making clear the consequences that awaited those who chose resistance. These diplomatic efforts yielded significant results as several important cities and regions began negotiating surrender arrangements that would spare them the destruction that had befallen Tyre, while providing Alexander with strategic advantages that pure military conquest could not have achieved. The precedent of voluntary submission that these agreements established would prove invaluable during the later phases of Alexander's campaigns. As spring approached and the campaign season began, Alexander faced the momentous decision of whether to advance directly toward the Persian heartland or to consolidate his existing conquests while waiting for more favorable conditions. The choice he made would determine not only the immediate course of the war but the ultimate character of the empire he was creating. The decision to march immediately toward Mesopotamia, where Darius was known to be assembling his forces, reflected Alexander's understanding that hesitation would be interpreted as weakness while allowing his enemies additional time to perfect their preparations. The momentum that had carried him to his current position could only be maintained through continued aggressive action that demonstrated Macedonian invincibility, while preventing the formation of effective coalitions against his expanding power. The army that departed from Alexandria in the spring of 331 BCE was significantly different from the force that had crossed the Hellespont 3 years earlier. Combat experience had transformed these soldiers into veterans whose confidence in their own abilities and their leader's genius was absolute, while the incorporation of allied contingents and captured equipment had created capabilities that far exceeded anything available to traditional Greek armies. The march toward the final confrontation with Darius would test every aspect of the military and administrative innovations that Alexander had developed during his rise to power. The logistical challenges of maintaining an army deep in enemy territory, the political complexities of governing conquered populations while conducting active military operations, and the tactical problems posed by Persian defensive preparations would all require solutions that went beyond anything previously attempted in ancient warfare. Yet Alexander approached these challenges with the confidence born of unbroken success and the knowledge that he commanded not just an army but a movement that was transforming the ancient world. The young king who had once tamed Bucephalus through careful observation and calculated courage was about to attempt the greatest feat in military history, the conquest of the largest empire the world had ever known. The summer of 331 BCE found Alexander's army advancing through the fertile valleys of Mesopotamia toward a confrontation that would determine the fate of the largest empire the ancient world had ever known. Behind them lay the conquered territories of Anatolia and Egypt, now secured by garrisons and governed by administrators who were transforming Greek military occupation into the foundations of a new type of imperial system. Ahead waited Darius III and the final concentration of Persian military power assembled on the plains near the ancient city of Gaugamela. The march from Egypt to Mesopotamia had been conducted through territories that bore witness to the antiquity and grandeur of Eastern civilization. Here, among the ruins of Babylon and the ziggurat temples that reach toward heaven like man-made mountains, Alexander's soldiers encountered cultural achievements that dwarfed anything produced by Greek civilization. The irrigation systems that had sustained agriculture for millennia, the astronomical observations that had tracked celestial movements with mathematical precision, and the legal codes that had governed complex societies since the dawn of recorded history, all testified to the sophistication of the empire they were attempting to conquer. Yet, for all their respect for Eastern achievements, Alexander's forces moved forward with the confidence born of unbroken victory and absolute faith in their leader's genius. The army that had crossed the Hellespont 4 years earlier as an untested invasion force had been transformed by constant campaigning into the finest military instrument in the ancient world, its various components working together with mechanical precision while maintaining the flexibility to adapt to any tactical situation. The intelligence reports that reached Alexander during his advance provided detailed information about the unprecedented preparations that Darius had made for this final confrontation. The Persian king, learning from his humiliating defeat at Issus, had chosen the battlefield carefully, selecting terrain that would favor his numerical superiority while neutralizing the tactical innovations that had made Macedonian forces so effective in previous engagements. The plain of Gaugamela, located near the modern city of Mosul in northern Iraq, offered everything that Persian strategy required: vast open spaces where massive armies could maneuver freely, level ground that favored cavalry and chariot operations, and geographic features that could be modified to create additional tactical advantages. For months, thousands of Persian engineers had labored to perfect this battlefield, removing obstacles that might disrupt chariot charges while creating defensive positions that could channel enemy movements into predetermined killing zones. The army that Darius assembled for this decisive battle represented the greatest concentration of military power in ancient history. Contemporary sources, though possibly exaggerated for dramatic effect, suggest that Persian forces numbered over 1 million men drawn from every corner of the empire. Indian war elephants, their tusks tipped with bronze spear points, stood alongside Scythian horse archers, whose mobility and marksmanship had made them legendary throughout the steppes. Bactrian heavy cavalry, armored in scales of iron and bronze, formed massive formations that could shatter any infantry line through sheer weight and momentum. The centerpiece of Darius's battle plan was a force of 200 scythe chariots, equipped with blade-tipped wheels and driven by the most skilled charioteers in the empire. These vehicles, designed specifically to break up the phalanx formations that had given Alexander so many victories, represented a return to the terror weapons that had once made Persian armies invincible across 3 continents. Yet the most significant aspect of Persian preparations was not material but psychological. Darius had learned from his previous encounters with Alexander that the young Macedonian king's greatest weapon was not his tactical innovations, but his ability to inspire absolute devotion in his followers, while destroying enemy morale through personal heroism and aggressive leadership. The Persian battle plan was designed specifically to counter these advantages by preventing Alexander from exercising personal leadership while demonstrating Persian superiority through overwhelming displays of force. Alexander's response to these preparations revealed the strategic maturity that had developed during 4 years of constant warfare and imperial administration. Rather than attempting to avoid battle or seek more favorable terrain, he chose to meet Darius on ground that appeared to favor his enemies, confident that superior training, tactical flexibility, and personal leadership could overcome any numerical disadvantage. The night before the battle, as the 2 armies lay encamped within sight of each other across the darkened plain, Alexander conducted a personal reconnaissance that would become legendary for its audacious courage. Accompanied only by a small group of trusted companions, he rode through the darkness to observe Persian dispositions, studying enemy formations with the systematic attention to detail that Aristotle had taught him, while assessing tactical possibilities that would determine the next day's combat. The sight that greeted Alexander from the hills overlooking the Persian camp must have tested even his legendary confidence. Hundreds of thousands of campfires stretched beyond the horizon, their smoke rising into the star-filled sky while the sounds of exotic languages and unfamiliar military preparations filled the night air. Never before had any Greek commander faced such overwhelming odds, and never again would any general attempt to achieve victory against such seemingly impossible disadvantages. Yet Alexander's reaction to this spectacle was characteristically aggressive and optimistic. Rather than allowing the vast scale of enemy preparations to intimidate his forces, he used the reconnaissance to identify weaknesses in Persian dispositions while planning the complex tactical maneuvers that would be necessary to achieve victory. The detailed battle plan that he developed during this night-long study would demonstrate the full extent of his tactical genius while providing his soldiers with clear objectives that could be achieved through disciplined execution. The dawn of October 1st, 331 BCE, revealed the full magnitude of the forces that would clash on the plains of Gaugamela. The Persian army, deployed according to traditional Eastern methods, presented a front that extended for miles across the level ground, its various contingents arrayed in formations that emphasized the exotic diversity of Darius's empire. The great king himself occupied the center position, surrounded by his elite guards and positioned behind the scythe chariots that would deliver the opening assault. The Macedonian deployment that Alexander ordered was far more compact but infinitely more sophisticated, reflecting years of tactical development and adaptation to different types of enemies. The phalanx formations that anchored his center were supported by light infantry and cavalry units, whose precise positioning would allow them to respond rapidly to changing battlefield conditions, while maintaining the overall coherence that was essential for complex tactical maneuvers. Alexander's personal position at the head of the companion cavalry demonstrated once again his willingness to share the greatest dangers while providing the inspirational leadership that his soldiers had come to expect. The armor he wore, gleaming in the morning sunlight and decorated with symbols that connected him to Achilles and the heroic tradition, was designed to be visible across the battlefield while protecting him against the concentrated attacks that enemy forces would certainly direct against his person. The opening phase of the battle unfolded according to Persian plans, with massive formations of cavalry and infantry advancing across the plain while the feared scythe chariots thundered toward Macedonian lines with a sound like earthquake. The psychological impact of this assault was enormous, as Alexander's soldiers faced weapons and tactics that few of them had ever encountered, while outnumbered by margins that conventional military wisdom considered insurmountable. Yet the response that Alexander had prepared for this assault demonstrated the tactical innovations that had made his army invincible throughout 4 years of campaigning. Rather than attempting to meet the chariot charge with solid formations that would be shattered by impact, he had trained his troops to open lanes that would allow the vehicles to pass through while subjecting them to concentrated missile fire from protected positions. The failure of the chariot assault, which had been central to Persian battle plans, created the first crack in Darius's carefully prepared strategy. The vehicles that survived the gauntlet of Macedonian arrows and javelins found themselves isolated in enemy rear areas where they could be destroyed by reserve formations specifically positioned for that purpose. Within minutes, the weapon that was supposed to decide the battle had been neutralized through tactical innovations that Persian planners had never anticipated. The cavalry battle that developed on both flanks of the main engagement tested the limits of ancient military coordination while demonstrating the superior training and leadership that distinguished Alexander's forces. The Thessalian cavalry under Parmenion faced overwhelming numbers of Persian horsemen in a desperate struggle that would determine whether the Macedonian flanks could hold long enough for Alexander to achieve decisive results in the center. Meanwhile, Alexander himself led the companion cavalry in the complex maneuver that would become known as the greatest tactical achievement in ancient warfare. Rather than charging directly at the strongest point of Persian resistance, he gradually shifted his formation to the right while maintaining contact with enemy forces, creating a gap in Persian lines that could be exploited through rapid penetration. The moment when Alexander launched his decisive charge represented the culmination of everything he had learned about warfare during his meteoric rise to power. The tactical timing, the precise coordination between different units, and the personal leadership that inspired his troops to achieve the impossible all combined in a single overwhelming assault that shattered Persian resistance and created the opportunity for complete victory. The breakthrough that the companion cavalry achieved opened a corridor directly toward Darius's position, creating the same type of personal confrontation between rival kings that had characterized the Battle of Issus. Yet this time the Persian monarch was better prepared for Alexander's approach, surrounded by elite guards whose discipline and equipment rivaled anything in the Macedonian army. The combat that developed around the Persian royal position was among the most intense in ancient military history, as the finest warriors of two civilizations fought hand to hand for symbolic victory that would determine imperial succession. Alexander's personal prowess in this struggle, wielding his weapons with skill that seemed almost supernatural while coordinating the movements of his forces through voice and gesture, established his credentials as both warrior and general worthy of the heroic comparisons that had been applied to him since childhood. Yet once again, at the moment when victory seemed within reach, Darius chose flight over death in battle, abandoning his forces while Alexander pressed ever closer to the royal standard. The sight of their king's chariot racing away from the battlefield created the same psychological collapse that had characterized Persian defeat at Issus. As discipline dissolved and panic spread through formations that had seemed invincible only hours before. The pursuit that followed Darius's flight was conducted with the systematic efficiency that characterized all of Alexander's military operations. Rather than allowing his forces to scatter in undisciplined pursuit of individual enemies, he maintained formation integrity while directing his cavalry toward objectives that would maximize the strategic impact of tactical victory. The capture of the Persian camp, with its vast treasures and elaborate court facilities, provided material rewards that exceeded anything Alexander's soldiers had previously experienced. The gold and silver that fell into Macedonian hands was sufficient to fund military operations for years while solving the financial problems that had plagued earlier phases of the campaign. Yet the most significant prize was symbolic rather than material. The complete collapse of organized Persian resistance west of the Zagros Mountains, the battle that had been planned as the decisive test of rival imperial systems, had ended with such overwhelming Macedonian victory that further organized opposition became impossible within the empire's western territories. The immediate aftermath of Gaugamela saw Alexander face the strategic choices that would determine the character of his expanding empire. The pursuit of Darius, which his generals again urged as the logical next step, would provide opportunities to eliminate Persian resistance entirely while establishing undisputed control over imperial succession. Yet Alexander's decision to advance toward the great cities of Mesopotamia rather than continuing his pursuit of the fleeing king reflected political calculations that went beyond immediate military advantage. The capture of Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis would provide not only vast material resources, but also the symbolic legitimacy that came from controlling the traditional centers of Persian imperial authority. The march toward Babylon was conducted through territories that had been the heartland of Eastern civilization for over 2 millennia. Here, among the hanging gardens and massive walls that had made the city legendary throughout the ancient world, Alexander would need to demonstrate that his conquest represented more than military occupation but offered the possibility of enlightened governance that could unite diverse populations under a single imperial system. The reception that Alexander received in Babylon exceeded even his optimistic expectations as the city's population welcomed him as a liberator from Persian rule rather than as a foreign conqueror. The Persian satrap who governed the city surrendered without resistance, offering to transfer his loyalty to the new imperial authority in exchange for continued administrative responsibilities. This peaceful transition provided Alexander with his first opportunity to implement the administrative policies that would characterize his mature imperial system. Rather than replacing existing governmental structures with Macedonian institutions, he chose to maintain Persian administrative methods while ensuring that key positions were filled by individuals whose loyalty could be trusted. The religious ceremonies that marked Alexander's entry into Babylon demonstrated his sophisticated understanding of the cultural sensitivities that governed relationships between rulers and subjects in Eastern societies. His participation in traditional rituals that connected royal authority with divine sanction was conducted with the same respect for local customs that had characterized his governance of Egypt. The march from Babylon to Susa was conducted through the heart of the Persian Empire across landscapes that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations since the dawn of recorded history. The army that advanced through these ancient territories was no longer purely Macedonian, but had become a cosmopolitan force that reflected the diverse populations of Alexander's expanding empire. The treasures that Alexander discovered in the royal palace at Susa surpassed even the vast wealth that had been captured at Gojmil. The accumulated riches of centuries of imperial conquest lay stored in vaults that had been prepared to withstand siege and invasion, their contents representing the economic foundation upon which Persian power had been built. Yet the most significant aspect of Alexander's occupation of Susa was not material but administrative. The governmental records that he discovered in the Persian archives provided detailed information about imperial administration that would prove invaluable for governing the that were falling under his control. The taxation systems, military organizations, and diplomatic relationships that these documents revealed became the foundation for the administrative innovations that would enable Alexander to govern an empire larger than any previously known. The final stage of Alexander's conquest of the Persian heartland took him to Persepolis, the ceremonial capital where Persian kings had been crowned for over 2 centuries. The approach to this sacred city was conducted with full awareness of its symbolic significance, as the capture of Persepolis would mark the formal end of Persian imperial independence and the beginning of a new era in world history. The city that Alexander entered in the spring of 330 BCE was a marvel of ancient architecture and artistic achievement. Its palaces and temples decorated with reliefs that celebrated Persian imperial glory, while displaying the wealth and sophistication that had made the empire legendary. The Apollona Palace, where representatives from throughout the known world had once come to pay tribute to the King of Kings, stood as a monument to imperial achievements that had dominated the ancient world for generations. Yet it was here, in the midst of this magnificent display of Persian cultural achievement, that Alexander made one of the most controversial decisions of his entire career. The burning of Persepolis, whether the result of calculated policy or drunken impulse during a symposium, sent shockwaves throughout the ancient world while establishing Alexander's intention to create something entirely new rather than simply inheriting existing imperial structures. The destruction of Persepolis marked more than the end of Persian political independence. It represented the symbolic conclusion of an imperial system that had governed much of the civilized world for over 2 centuries. The flames that consumed the palace complex, where Cyrus and his successors had ruled, also destroyed the last illusions that Alexander's conquest might be temporary or that Persian authority might eventually be restored. The pursuit of Darius that Alexander finally undertook after securing the Persian heartland would end not in glorious battle, but in the sordid betrayal that characterized the collapse of legitimate authority. The great king's death at the hands of his own satraps, who hoped to purchase Alexander's favor through regicide, deprived the Macedonian conqueror of the opportunity to demonstrate magnanimity while eliminating the last symbol of organized Persian resistance. Alexander's reaction to Darius's murder revealed the complex mixture of political calculation and genuine emotion that characterized his personality. His pursuit and execution of the murderers demonstrated respect for royal dignity while establishing precedents for the treatment of treason that would govern his future empire. The funeral honors that he arranged for his fallen enemy showed magnanimity that impressed both Greek and Persian observers while emphasizing his legitimate claim to imperial succession. The death of Darius III marked the formal end of the Persian Empire as an independent political entity, but it also opened new challenges that would test Alexander's capabilities as an imperial administrator. The vast territories that now acknowledged his authority contained dozens of different ethnic groups, religious traditions, and political systems that would need to be integrated into a coherent governmental structure. The policies that Alexander developed for governing his expanding empire reflected the he had learned during 5 years of constant warfare and territorial acquisition. As Alexander stood among the ruins of Persepolis contemplating the vast territories that stretched eastward toward the rising sun, he faced challenges that no previous conqueror had ever encountered. The young king who had crossed the Hellespont with dreams of matching Achilles' achievements had surpassed every heroic precedent, while creating an empire that united East and West under a single authority for the first time in human history. Yet even this unprecedented achievement represented only the beginning of Alexander's ambitions. Beyond the Zagros Mountains lay territories that no Greek had ever seen, populated by peoples whose customs and capabilities remained mysterious to Western observers. The conquest of Persia had made Alexander the master of the known world, but the unknown world still awaited exploration and conquest by the young monarch whose appetite for glory seemed as limitless as his military genius. The transformation from Macedonian prince to Lord of Asia was complete, but the greatest challenges of Alexander's career still lay ahead. The empire he had conquered through military brilliance would need to be governed through administrative innovation, while the diverse populations he now ruled would need to be united through cultural synthesis that preserved their distinct traditions while creating overarching imperial loyalty. Standing at the pinnacle of ancient achievement, Alexander prepared to discover whether his capabilities were sufficient to govern the world he had conquered or whether the very magnitude of his success would ultimately prove impossible to sustain. The young conqueror who had achieved the impossible dream of defeating the Persian Empire was about to learn that conquest was merely the beginning of the challenges that awaited those who sought to rule the world. The administrative machinery that Alexander established in the wake of his Persian victories demonstrated the sophisticated understanding of imperial governance that he had developed during 6 years of continuous conquest and territorial administration. The synthesis of Macedonian military efficiency with Persian bureaucratic expertise created governmental systems that were more effective than either tradition could have achieved independently. The appointment of both Macedonian and Persian officials to key administrative positions reflected Alexander's recognition that successful empire required the willing cooperation of subject populations rather than mere military occupation. The Persian nobles who accepted positions in the new imperial hierarchy brought invaluable knowledge of local conditions, established administrative procedures, and the complex network of relationships that made effective governance possible across such vast territories. The economic policies that Alexander implemented throughout his newly conquered territories revealed his understanding that lasting empire required prosperity as well as political control. The standardization of systems, the elimination of restrictive trade practices, and the establishment of new commercial networks created opportunities for unprecedented economic development while generating revenues that could support continued military operations. The cultural integration programs that Alexander initiated in the Persian heartland would become the foundation for the Hellenistic civilization that would dominate the ancient world for centuries. The establishment of Greek educational institutions alongside traditional Persian schools, the encouragement of intermarriage between different ethnic groups, and the patronage of artistic projects that combined Eastern and Western traditions all contributed to the emergence of a truly cosmopolitan imperial culture. Yet even as Alexander celebrated his triumph over the Persian Empire, intelligence reports from his eastern frontiers warned of new challenges that would test his military capabilities in ways that previous campaigns had not anticipated. The territories beyond the Zagros Mountains contained populations whose military traditions, geographic advantages, and cultural resistance to foreign rule would require innovative approaches that went beyond the tactical systems that had proven so effective against Persian forces. The Bactrian and Sogdian regions that lay along the empire's northeastern frontier were inhabited by peoples whose nomadic lifestyle and intimate knowledge of mountainous terrain made them virtually impossible to defeat through conventional military methods. These warriors, many of them related to the Scythian tribes that had terrorized civilized populations for generations, possessed mobility and tactical flexibility that rivaled anything in Alexander's own army. The reports that reached Alexander from advanced reconnaissance forces described fortified positions built in locations that seemed impregnable to assault, defended by warriors whose courage and skill were legendary throughout Central Asia. The prospect of campaigning in such difficult terrain against such formidable enemies would require adaptations to Macedonian military doctrine that would test Alexander's tactical genius while demanding sacrifices from his troops that exceeded anything they had previously endured. As Alexander prepared for these new challenges, he could reflect with satisfaction on achievements that surpassed those of any previous conqueror in human history. The empire that acknowledged his authority stretched from the Mediterranean Sea to the Hindu Kush, encompassing territories that contained the majority of the civilized world's population while controlling trade routes that generated wealth beyond calculation. Yet the very magnitude of these achievements created new responsibilities and new dangers that would define the remainder of Alexander's career. The young king who had begun his reign by securing Macedonia's position in Greece had become the ruler of an empire so vast that effective governance required innovations in administration, military organization, and cultural policy that had never before been attempted. The transformation from conqueror to emperor was about to begin as Alexander faced the challenge of creating lasting institutions that could preserve and govern the territories he had won through military brilliance. The greatest test of his capabilities lay not in future battles but in the peaceful arts of administration, diplomacy, and cultural synthesis that would determine whether his empire would survive its founder or fragment into the chaos that had characterized so many previous attempts at universal rule. In the spring of 327 BCE, as the snows melted from the peaks of the Hindu Kush and the first warm winds began to stir the valley floors where his armies had wintered, Alexander stood at the entrance to the Khyber Pass contemplating the greatest challenge of his extraordinary career. Beyond the narrow defile that connected Central Asia with the Indian subcontinent lay territories that no Greek had ever seen, populated by peoples whose customs, military capabilities, and political organizations remained mysterious to Western observers. The intelligence reports that had reached Alexander during his campaigns in Bactria and Sogdiana painted a picture of a land that defied every assumption about the nature of civilized society. Here were kingdoms ruled by warrior philosophers whose armies included creatures that existed only in legend, cities whose wealth rivaled those of Babylon and Persepolis, and religious traditions that promised insights into the fundamental nature of existence itself. Yet it was not the allure of wealth or wisdom that drew Alexander toward India, but the simple fact that it represented the last unconquered territory between his expanding empire and the eastern edge of the world. The ancient geographers who had shaped Greek understanding of global geography claimed that beyond India lay only the great ocean that encircled all dry land, the final boundary that would mark the completion of his quest for universal dominion. The army that Alexander led through the Khyber Pass was the product of 9 years of continuous campaigning and represented the most sophisticated military force in the ancient world. Yet it was also an army transformed by the experiences of Central Asian warfare, incorporating tactical innovations and cultural elements that would have been unrecognizable to the Macedonian phalanx that had first crossed. The core of infantry remained essentially Macedonian, but these veterans had been supplemented by contingents drawn from every corner of Alexander's expanding empire. Persian cavalry fought alongside Thracian horse archers, while Sogdian mounted units provided the mobility and local knowledge that would prove essential for operations in unfamiliar terrain. The diversity of this force reflected Alexander's evolving understanding of empire as cultural synthesis rather than mere military occupation. The immediate challenge that confronted Alexander upon entering Indian territory was not military but diplomatic. The subcontinent was not unified under a single ruler like the Persian Empire, but was divided among dozens of kingdoms, tribal confederations, and city-states whose relationships with each other were governed by complex alliances and ancient enmities that required careful navigation. The first Indian ruler to submit to Alexander's authority was Ambi, king of Taxila, whose kingdom controlled the vital trade routes connecting Central Asia with the Gangetic Plain. Ambi's decision to ally with the invading Macedonians was motivated not by fear of Alexander's military capabilities, but by the hope that Macedonian support would enable him to settle old scores with neighboring rivals who had threatened his territory for generations. The meeting between Alexander and Ambi at Taxila provided the Macedonian king with his first direct exposure to Indian philosophy and religious thought. The conversations that took place between Greek intellectuals and Indian sages during this visit opened new perspectives on questions that had occupied Western thinkers since the time of Thales and Pythagoras, while introducing concepts that would eventually influence the development of Hellenistic philosophy. The encounter with the gymnosophists, the naked philosophers who had renounced all material possessions in pursuit of spiritual enlightenment, particularly impressed Alexander and his companions. These ascetics, who demonstrated their mastery over physical desire through extreme austerity and contemplative practice, represented approaches to wisdom that differed fundamentally from anything in Greek intellectual tradition. Yet it was the military challenges of Indian warfare that provided the severe tests of Alexander's tactical genius and his army's adaptability. The first major battle of the Indian campaign, fought against King Porus at the Hydaspes River, introduced Macedonian forces to combat innovations that required immediate adaptation of their traditional methods. Porus commanded an army that included not only traditional cavalry and infantry, but also 200 war elephants, creatures whose size, strength, and psychological impact were unlike anything that Alexander's forces had previously encountered. These animals, trained for battle and equipped with armor that protected them against conventional weapons, represented a form of warfare that European military theory had never addressed. The tactical problems posed by war elephants were immense. Traditional cavalry horses, terrified by the scent and sound of these massive creatures, became uncontrollable when elephants approached. Infantry formations that had proven invincible against every type of enemy could be trampled and scattered by elephant charges, while conventional weapons proved largely ineffective against animals whose thick hides provided natural armor. Alexander's solution to these challenges demonstrated the innovative thinking that had characterized his entire military career. Rather than attempting to meet the elephant charge directly, he developed tactics that exploited the animal's limitations while neutralizing their advantages. The use of specialized arrowheads designed to wound rather than kill elephants, the employment of noise and fire to disrupt their formations, and the targeting of their handlers rather than the animals themselves all reflected systematic analysis of enemy capabilities combined with creative adaptation of available resources. The Battle of the Hydaspes itself, fought during the monsoon season when the river was swollen with seasonal rains, required coordination between multiple tactical innovations while operating under environmental conditions that challenged every aspect of military organization. The crossing of the river, accomplished during a thunderstorm that concealed Macedonian movements while creating additional hazards for both armies, demonstrated the sophisticated planning and flexible execution that had made Alexander's forces invincible. The preliminary maneuvers that preceded the main battle revealed Alexander's understanding that victory against Porus would require more than tactical superiority, but would demand psychological warfare designed to undermine enemy morale while inspiring confidence in his own troops. The feints and diversions that he employed during the river crossing created confusion among Indian forces while providing opportunities for the main assault to achieve surprise. The personal combat between Alexander and Porus became one of the legendary encounters of ancient warfare, as two warrior kings whose reputations had been forged through years of successful campaigning met in single combat that would determine not only the battle's outcome, but the future of Indian resistance to Macedonian expansion. The wounds that both rulers sustained during this fight, serious injuries that demonstrated their willingness to share the dangers faced by common soldiers, established mutual respect that would influence their subsequent relationship. Alexander's victory was achieved through a combination of tactical innovation, personal leadership, and the superior training that had characterized his forces throughout their Asian campaigns. Yet the most significant aspect of this triumph was not military but political. Alexander's treatment of the defeated Porus revealed his evolving approach to conquest and imperial administration. Rather than executing his defeated enemy or reducing him to subordinate status, Alexander chose to restore Porus to his throne while expanding his territories to include the kingdoms of rulers who had opposed both monarchs. This decision reflected sophisticated understanding of Indian political conditions and recognition that effective governance of the subcontinent would require the cooperation of local rulers who possessed legitimacy and administrative expertise. The policies that Alexander implemented during his Indian campaigns demonstrated the cultural flexibility that had become characteristic of his imperial style. Rather than imposing Greek customs and institutions on Indian populations, he sought to understand and accommodate local traditions while establishing overarching political structures that could maintain unity across diverse communities. The establishment of new cities at strategic locations throughout the conquered territories provided bases for Macedonian garrisons while creating opportunities for cultural exchange between Greek colonists and Indian populations. These foundations, many of them named Alexandria in honor of their founder, became centers for the synthesis of Eastern and Western traditions that would characterize Hellenistic civilization. Yet it was during these Indian campaigns that Alexander encountered the first serious resistance from his own forces, resistance that reflected growing exhaustion and disillusionment among troops who had been campaigning continuously for over 8 years. The soldiers who had followed their king from Macedonia to the edge of the known world were beginning to question whether the pursuit of ever greater conquests justified the sacrifices that such achievements required. The monsoon rains that characterized the Indian climate created misery for soldiers accustomed to the drier conditions of the Mediterranean and Central Asia. The constant dampness that rotted equipment and bred disease, the oppressive heat that sapped energy even during periods of inactivity, and the unfamiliar dangers posed by venomous snakes and disease-carrying insects all contributed to declining morale among troops who had previously shown unlimited endurance. More significantly, the distances involved in maintaining communication with the empire's western territories had created a sense of isolation that undermined confidence in Alexander's strategic judgment. Letters from home took months to reach India, while reports of unrest in distant satrapies suggested that the emperor's absence was creating problems that might threaten the stability of territories that had been conquered at enormous cost. The cultural tensions that had emerged during the Central Asian campaigns became more pronounced in India as Alexander's continued adoption of foreign customs and his integration of barbarian troops into elite formations convinced many Macedonian veterans that their king had abandoned the values and traditions that had made their conquests possible. The sight of Alexander participating in Indian religious ceremonies and adopting local dress reinforced fears that he was becoming more Eastern than Greek in his fundamental loyalties. The growing influence of Indian advisors and the incorporation of Hindu philosophical concepts into discussions of imperial policy created additional concerns among Greek intellectuals who had accompanied the expedition. The philosophical traditions that Alexander encountered in India, with their emphasis on the illusory nature of material existence and the ultimate futility of worldly ambition, challenged fundamental assumptions about the value of conquest and the importance of achieving immortal glory through heroic achievement. The crisis that had been building throughout the Indian campaigns finally erupted at the Hyphasis River, where Alexander announced his intention to continue eastward toward the Ganges and the kingdoms that lay beyond. The speech in which he outlined these plans revealed the full extent of his ambitions while demonstrating that his appetite for conquest remained as unlimited as it had been when he first crossed into Asia. Alexander's vision of universal empire had expanded to encompass not only the known world but territories that existed beyond the edge of contemporary geographic knowledge. His references to the ocean that allegedly lay just beyond the next range of mountains suggested that he believed himself to be on the verge of achieving the ultimate goal that had driven his entire career, the conquest of the entire earth. Yet the response of his soldiers to this speech revealed that their own vision of appropriate limits had been exceeded long before their king's ambitions had been satisfied. The veterans who had endured every hardship and shared every danger of the Asian campaigns were no longer willing to continue a quest that seemed to have no end, no matter how glorious its ultimate objectives might be. The mutiny that developed among Alexander's forces was not motivated by cowardice or disloyalty, but by a fundamental disagreement about the nature and purpose of imperial expansion. The soldiers who refused to advance beyond the Hyphasis were not rejecting their king's authority, but were asserting their right to influence decisions that would determine their own fate and that of the empire they had created through years of shared sacrifice. The confrontation between Alexander and his army at the Hyphasis represented more than a simple military discipline problem. It embodied the tension between unlimited ambition and practical limitations that had been building throughout the Asian campaigns. For the first time in his career, Alexander found himself facing opposition that could not be overcome through tactical brilliance, personal charisma, or political maneuvering. The speeches that were delivered during the army assembly that considered Alexander's proposal revealed the depth of sentiment that existed among different groups within the expedition. The officers who supported continued expansion emphasized the glorious achievements that lay within reach, while those who favored return to the West stressed the practical difficulties and potential dangers of extended operations so far from their bases of support. Caenis, one of Alexander's most trusted generals and a veteran of every major battle since the Granicus, became the spokesman for those who favored ending the eastward advance. His speech, delivered with the respect due to royal authority but firmness appropriate to a loyal counselor, outlined the practical arguments against continued expansion while acknowledging the remarkable achievements that the expedition had already accomplished. The fundamental issue that Caenis raised was not whether Alexander possessed the military capability to conquer additional territories, but whether such conquests would serve any purpose that justified their costs. The general's argument that true victory lay in knowing when to stop reflected a wisdom that challenged the heroic assumptions about the unlimited nature of legitimate ambition that had driven Alexander since childhood. Alexander's initial reaction to this opposition was characteristic of his personality throughout the crisis-filled years of his reign. Rather than accepting the counsel of experienced advisors, he withdrew to his tent in anger, refusing to see visitors or participate in the normal activities of command, while hoping that his soldiers would reconsider their position and agree to continue the advance. Yet the 3 days that Alexander spent in isolation revealed that the opposition to his plans was not temporary reluctance that could be overcome through emotional manipulation, but represented genuine conviction that the Eastern expedition had achieved its appropriate objectives. The continued refusal of his forces to advance finally forced the king to accept that even his legendary powers of persuasion were insufficient to overcome the collective will of soldiers who had reached the of their endurance. The decision to end the eastward advance and begin the return journey marked the first significant defeat of Alexander's career, though it was a defeat administered not by foreign enemies but by his own troops. The monuments that he erected at the hyphasis, including 12 massive altars dedicated to the gods who had blessed his achievements, were intended to mark the easternmost extent of his conquests while providing testimony to the distances that his forces had traveled in pursuit of glory. Yet even as Alexander accepted the necessity of abandoning his plans for further conquest in the east, he was already developing alternative schemes that might satisfy his ambition for unprecedented achievement while accommodating the concerns of his soldiers. The decision to return to the west by way of the Indus River and the Arabian Sea would provide opportunities for exploration and conquest that might compensate for the territories that would remain unconquered. The construction of a fleet that could carry part of his army down the Indus while the remainder marched along the river represented another of Alexander's innovative responses to logistical challenges. The ships that his engineers built incorporated both Mediterranean and Indian shipbuilding techniques while being designed specifically for the navigational hazards and cargo requirements of the proposed river voyage. The descent of the Indus provided Alexander with opportunities to demonstrate that his tactical genius remained undiminished despite the setback at the hyphasis. The campaigns against the Mali and other Indian tribes who controlled strategic positions along the river route showed that Macedonian military superiority could still achieve remarkable results when properly applied, even if the ultimate objectives of unlimited conquest were no longer achievable. Yet it was during the assault on the Malian capital that Alexander suffered the most serious wound of his career, an arrow that penetrated his lung and brought him closer to death than any previous injury. The sight of their wounded king bleeding profusely while his soldiers fought desperately to protect him created panic among troops who had come to view him as invincible and whose loyalty was based partly on confidence in his supernatural protection. The recovery from this near-fatal wound required months of careful treatment and demonstrated Alexander's remarkable physical resilience while providing additional evidence of the medical knowledge that his physicians had accumulated during years of treating battlefield injuries. Yet the psychological impact of seeing their king so severely wounded created lasting changes in the relationship between Alexander and his army that would influence the remainder of the expedition. As the Indian phase of Alexander's campaigns drew to a close and his forces prepared for the journey across the Gadrosian Desert that would carry them back to the familiar territories of the Persian heartland, the young conqueror who had achieved more than any previous military leader in history faced the realization that even his remarkable capabilities had limits that could not be transcended through will or genius alone. The empire that he had created through 9 years of unprecedented conquest now stretched from Macedonia to the Indus River, encompassing territories that contained the majority of the world's population while controlling trade routes that generated wealth beyond calculation. Yet the very magnitude of these achievements had created challenges that would test his abilities as administrator and statesman during the years that remained to him. The transformation from conqueror to emperor was entering its final phase as Alexander prepared to discover whether the political and cultural innovations he had developed during his rise to power would prove sufficient to govern the vast territories he had won through military brilliance. The greatest test of his legacy lay not in future battles, but in the peaceful arts of administration that would determine whether his empire would survive its founder or fragment into the chaos that had characterized so many previous attempts at universal rule. The crossing of the Gadrosian Desert in the autumn of 325 BCE became one of the most harrowing ordeals in military history, a 60-day nightmare that tested the limits of human endurance while claiming more lives than many of Alexander's greatest battles. The army that entered this wasteland was the most experienced military force in the ancient world, hardened by a decade of constant campaigning across 3 continents. The force that emerged was a shadow of its former strength, its survivors forever marked by an experience that demonstrated even the greatest conqueror was subject to the inexorable laws of nature. The desert that stretched between the Indus River Valley and the Persian Gulf was unlike any terrain that Alexander's forces had previously encountered. Here, beneath a sun that burned with merciless intensity, shifting sand dunes obliterated landmarks, while mirages mocked the desperate search for water. The temperature during the day reached levels that made metal armor untouchable, while nights brought cold that penetrated to the bone and left soldiers shivering despite their exhaustion. The systematic breakdown of military discipline that characterized the desert crossing revealed how quickly civilized behavior could collapse when basic survival was threatened. Units that had maintained perfect formation through the chaos of battle scattered in desperate searches for water, while officers abandoned their posts to care for dying soldiers whose need transcended all military protocol. Alexander's leadership during this ordeal demonstrated both the heroic courage that had defined his character since youth and the practical adaptations that extreme circumstances demanded. His decision to march on foot alongside his soldiers, sharing their hardships while refusing the privileges that rank might have provided, maintained morale during the darkest moments when many believed the expedition was doomed to perish in the trackless wastes. The personal sacrifices that Alexander made during the crossing became legendary among his surviving soldiers. When precious water was discovered and brought to him in a helmet, he poured it onto the sand in full view of his troops, declaring that he would not drink while his soldiers remained thirsty. This gesture of solidarity with his men's suffering created bonds of loyalty that would endure long after the immediate crisis had passed. Yet, for all his personal heroism, Alexander could not overcome the mathematical realities of desert survival. The death toll mounted daily as soldiers succumbed to heat exhaustion, dehydration, and the myriad diseases that flourished in conditions where basic hygiene became impossible to maintain. Entire units disappeared during sandstorms that reduced visibility to mere feet, while separating men from their companions and water sources. The psychological impact of watching comrades die in agony, their bodies left unburied in the desert sand, created trauma that would haunt survivors for the remainder of their lives. Veterans who had faced death countless times in battle discovered that there was something uniquely horrible about dying of thirst under a burning sun, far from home and apparently forgotten by the gods who had once blessed their endeavors. The logistical failures that contributed to the disaster revealed the limitations of even the most sophisticated ancient military organization when confronted with environmental challenges that exceeded all previous experience. Supply calculations that had proven accurate in every other campaign proved woefully inadequate for conditions where water consumption tripled while availability approached zero. The emergence from the desert, accomplished after 2 months of suffering that had reduced Alexander's forces by perhaps 1/3, marked a transformation in the character of the expedition and in Alexander's own understanding of his capabilities and limitations. The king who had believed himself capable of conquering the world had learned that some enemies could not be defeated through tactical brilliance or personal courage. The march to where Alexander was reunited with Craterus and the portion of his army that had returned by the northern route provided opportunities for the first accurate assessment of the losses suffered during the desert crossing. The numbers were staggering: thousands of veteran soldiers dead, irreplaceable equipment abandoned in the sand, and the morale of survivors shaken by an experience that challenged every assumption about their invincibility. Yet Alexander's response to this disaster revealed the resilience and adaptability that had characterized his entire career. Rather than allowing the desert losses to demoralize his remaining forces, he organized celebrations and festivals that emphasized the achievement of survival while honoring the courage of those who had perished. The reunification ceremonies were designed to restore confidence while beginning the process of rebuilding military strength. The administrative reforms that Alexander implemented during the march toward Babylon reflected lessons learned during the decade-long expedition, while addressing problems that had developed during his absence from the empire's western territories. Reports from his satrapies revealed widespread corruption, rebellion, and mismanagement that threatened the stability of territories that had been conquered at enormous cost. The systematic purge of incompetent and disloyal officials that Alexander conducted during this period demonstrated both his continued political acumen and his growing intolerance for anything that threatened imperial unity. Governors who had enriched themselves at the expense of their subjects faced execution, while military commanders whose loyalty was questionable were replaced with veterans whose devotion had been proven through shared dangers. The integration policies that Alexander intensified during his return journey reflected his evolving vision of empire as cultural synthesis rather than mere military domination. The mass marriage ceremony at Susa, where he and 80 of his companions took Persian wives in elaborate ceremonies that combined Greek and Eastern traditions, symbolized his commitment to creating a truly cosmopolitan civilization. Yet these same policies created renewed tensions with Macedonian veterans who viewed the king's continued adoption of Persian customs as betrayal of the values that had made their conquests possible. The mutiny at Opis, where Alexander's announcement of plans to discharge veteran soldiers provoked open rebellion, revealed the depth of resentment that had been building throughout the Asian campaigns. The confrontation at Opis became a defining moment in Alexander's relationship with his original followers, as the king who had always been able to inspire absolute devotion found himself facing armed resistance from the very soldiers whose loyalty had made his empire possible. His response to this challenge demonstrated both tactical brilliance and psychological insight that had characterized his leadership throughout the Asian campaigns. Alexander's speech to the mutinous soldiers at Opis ranks among the greatest examples of military oratory in ancient history, combining acknowledgement of their service with assertion of his own achievements while challenging them to consider what their lives would have been without his leadership. The emotional impact of this address, delivered by a king who had shared every danger they had faced, ultimately overcome their resistance and restored discipline. The reconciliation that followed the Opis mutiny was marked by ceremonies that celebrated the achievements of Macedonian veterans while promising rewards that would ensure their loyalty during the years of peace that Alexander envisioned. The banquet that brought together Macedonians and Persians in common celebration symbolized the type of cultural integration that the king hoped would characterize his mature empire. The return to Babylon in the spring of 323 BCE marked the beginning of what should have been a new phase in Alexander's career, as the 32-year-old emperor prepared to consolidate his conquests while planning the next stage of expansion that would extend his dominion to include Arabia and perhaps the Western Mediterranean. The city that welcomed him had been transformed into a cosmopolitan capital that reflected the cultural synthesis he had been promoting throughout his empire. The administrative machinery that Alexander found functioning in Babylon exceeded anything that had existed in the ancient world, combining Macedonian efficiency with Persian sophistication while incorporating innovations that reflected experience gained during a decade of governing diverse populations. The governmental systems that he had created were proving capable of managing an empire that stretched from Macedonia to India while maintaining the cultural flexibility that was essential for effective rule. The military preparations that Alexander initiated for his proposed Arabian expedition demonstrated that his appetite for conquest remained undiminished despite the setbacks he had experienced in India and during the desert crossing. The forces that he was assembling included contingents drawn from every corner of his empire, creating an army that truly represented the diversity of populations under his rule. The plans that Alexander developed for the Arabian campaign revealed strategic thinking that had evolved considerably since his early battles against Persian forces. The integration of naval and land operations, the systematic preparation of supply bases, and the coordination of diplomatic initiatives all reflected lessons learned during 10 years of continuous warfare against increasingly sophisticated enemies. Yet it was also during this period of apparent triumph that the first signs appeared of the illness that would ultimately claim Alexander's life. The fever that began to affect him during the late spring of 323 BCE was initially dismissed as a minor ailment, perhaps caused by the exhaustion of constant campaigning or the stress of governing an empire that spanned 3 continents. The progression of Alexander's final illness has been debated by historians and medical experts for over 2 millennia, with various theories proposed to explain the symptoms that ancient sources describe. The sudden onset of high fever, severe abdominal pain, and progressive weakness suggested either acute infection, poisoning, or one of several diseases that were endemic to the Mesopotamian region. The possibility of assassination through poison has been suggested by some sources, reflecting the political tensions that existed within Alexander's court and the potential benefits that various individuals might have gained from his death. The timing of his illness, occurring just as he was preparing for renewed military campaigns, created opportunities for speculation about motives and methods that could have been employed by potential conspirators. Yet the medical evidence suggests that Alexander's death was more likely the result of natural causes, possibly malaria, typhoid fever, or another infectious disease that was common in the ancient world. The lack of effective medical treatments for such conditions meant that even the greatest king could be defeated by microscopic enemies that no amount of tactical brilliance could overcome. The deathbed scenes that ancient historians describe reveal both the human dimensions of Alexander's character and the political crisis that his approaching death created for an empire that had been held together primarily through personal loyalty to its founder. His inability to name a clear successor, combined with the premature birth of his son by Roxana, created a succession crisis that would ultimately destroy the unity he had worked so hard to achieve. The famous response to the strongest that Alexander allegedly gave when asked who should inherit his empire reflected either resignation to the inevitable fragmentation that would follow his death, or confidence that the political and military institutions he had created would enable his successors to maintain imperial unity through collective leadership. The death of Alexander on June 10, 323 BCE, in the palace at Babylon where Nebuchadnezzar had once ruled, marked the end of an era that had transformed the ancient world beyond recognition. The young man who had crossed the Hellespont 13 years earlier with dreams of matching Achilles' achievements had exceeded every heroic precedent, while creating an empire that united East and West for the first time in human history. The immediate aftermath of Alexander's death saw the emergence of conflicts that would determine the fate of his empire and the character of the Hellenistic world that would emerge from its fragmentation. The struggles between his generals, known to history as the Diadochi or successors, created decades of warfare that would ultimately establish the political framework for the next 3 centuries of Mediterranean and Near Eastern history. Yet the true measure of Alexander's achievement lay not in the territorial extent of his conquests, but in the cultural transformations that his policies had initiated throughout the ancient world. The synthesis of Greek and Eastern traditions that he had promoted created new forms of art, architecture, philosophy, and religious thought that would influence human development for millennia. The cities that Alexander had founded throughout his empire became centers for the spread of Hellenistic civilization, carrying Greek language, culture, and political institutions to regions where they had never penetrated. Alexandria in Egypt became the intellectual capital of the ancient world, while dozens of other foundations preserved and transmitted Greek learning to future generations. The economic integration that Alexander had achieved through the standardization of currency, the protection of trade routes, and the elimination of political barriers created commercial networks that connected regions from Spain to India. The prosperity that resulted from this integration provided the foundation for cultural achievements that would define the character of late antiquity. The military innovations that Alexander had developed during his campaigns influenced warfare for centuries as his tactical methods were studied and adapted by commanders throughout the Mediterranean world. The integration of different military traditions, the emphasis on combined arms operations, and the systematic approach to siege warfare all became standard features of Hellenistic military doctrine. The political concepts that emerged from Alexander's attempt to create a universal empire provided precedents for later imperial systems from the Roman Empire to the Byzantine state that preserved Greek culture and political institutions for over 1,000 years after his death. The idea of a single ruler governing diverse populations through cultural synthesis rather than mere force became a recurring theme in subsequent political thought. The scientific and philosophical developments that characterized the Hellenistic period reflected the cultural exchanges that Alexander's conquests had made possible. The mathematical achievements of Euclid and Archimedes, the astronomical observations of Aristarchus and Hipparchus, and the philosophical innovations of the Stoics and Epicureans all built upon intellectual foundations that had been laid during the period of cultural contact that his empire had created. The religious syncretism that emerged from the meeting of Greek and Eastern spiritual traditions provided new approaches to understanding the relationship between human beings and the divine. The mystery religions that flourished during the Hellenistic period, the development of astrology as a systematic discipline, and the emergence of new philosophical schools all reflected the broader intellectual horizons that cultural integration had opened. Perhaps most significantly, Alexander's career demonstrated both the possibilities and limitations of individual achievement in shaping the course of human history. His tactical genius, personal charisma, and political innovation had enabled him to accomplish feats that exceeded the achievements of any previous conqueror. Yet his death at 32 revealed that even the greatest individual could not transcend the fundamental constraints that govern human existence. The legend of Alexander that emerged in the centuries following his death became one of the most powerful mythological constructs in human culture, inspiring countless imitations while providing a template for heroic achievement that influenced literature, art, and political thought throughout the ancient and medieval worlds. From the Alexander romance that circulated in dozens of languages to the historical accounts that preserved his actual achievements, his story became a permanent part of human cultural heritage. The questions that Alexander's career raised about the relationship between ambition and achievement, between individual excellence and collective welfare, between cultural synthesis and political unity, continue to resonate in contemporary discussions of leadership, empire, and the possibilities for human cooperation across cultural boundaries. Standing at his tomb in Alexandria, where his mummified body would be venerated for centuries as a symbol of divine achievement, visitors from throughout the ancient world came to contemplate the legacy of the young man who had transformed the world through 13 years of unprecedented conquest and innovation. The boy who had once gripped a blood clot in his fist had indeed fulfilled the prophecy of that ancient omen, spilling the blood of nations while creating a civilization that would endure long after his own mortal existence had ended. The empire that Alexander built with his sword was destroyed by the ambitions of his successors, but the world that he created through cultural synthesis, urban foundation, and political innovation became the foundation for all subsequent attempts to unite diverse populations under enlightened rule. His true monument was not the territories he conquered, but the civilization he made possible, a legacy that continues to influence human development more than 2 millennia after his death. The archaeological evidence that has emerged from excavations throughout the former territories of Alexander's empire provides tangible proof of the cultural transformations that his policies initiated. From the Hellenistic sculptures discovered in Afghanistan to the Greek inscriptions found in Pakistan, from the coins bearing his image that circulated from Spain to India, to the architectural remains that show the fusion of Eastern and Western building techniques, the physical traces of his achievement continue to emerge from the earth. The linguistic legacy of Alexander's conquests was equally profound and enduring. Greek became the lingua franca of the educated classes throughout the Eastern Mediterranean and Central Asia, a position it would maintain for centuries. The Septuagint translation of Hebrew scriptures into Greek, the composition of the New Testament in the language of Homer and Plato, and the preservation of ancient scientific and philosophical texts through Greek manuscripts all reflect the linguistic transformation that Alexander's cultural policies had initiated. The intellectual heritage of the Hellenistic world that emerged from Alexander's empire encompassed virtually every field of human knowledge. The mathematical principles established by Euclid provided the foundation for geometric thought that would remain unchallenged until the modern era. The astronomical observations and calculations of Hipparchus and Aristarchus anticipated discoveries that would not be fully validated until the Renaissance. The mechanical inventions of Archimedes demonstrated applications of scientific principles that would influence engineering development for centuries. The medical knowledge that accumulated during the Hellenistic period reflected the synthesis of Greek theoretical understanding with practical experience gained from treating diverse populations across different climates and environments. The anatomical studies conducted in Alexandria, the pharmaceutical knowledge preserved in Greek translations of Eastern texts, and the surgical techniques developed through treating battlefield wounds all contributed to advances in medical science that would not be surpassed until the modern era. The artistic achievements of the Hellenistic period demonstrated the creative possibilities that emerged when different cultural traditions were allowed to interact and influence each other. The sculptural techniques that combined Greek idealism with Eastern realism created masterpieces that captured both physical beauty and psychological depth with unprecedented effectiveness. The architectural innovations that merged Greek structural principles with Eastern decorative traditions produced buildings whose grandeur and sophistication would inspire imitation throughout the ancient world. The legal and administrative concepts that developed from Alexander's attempts to govern diverse populations provided precedents for later imperial systems that would govern much of the civilized world. The Roman legal tradition that would eventually dominate European development incorporated principles of universal citizenship and cultural tolerance that had been pioneered during the Hellenistic period. The Byzantine administrative systems that preserved Greek culture and political institutions for over 1,000 years after Rome's fall directly descended from innovations first implemented during Alexander's reign. The religious and philosophical developments that characterized the centuries following Alexander's death reflected the broader intellectual horizons that his empire had opened. The synthesis of Greek rational thought with Eastern mystical traditions created new approaches to understanding the relationship between human consciousness and ultimate reality. The Stoic philosophy that would influence Roman thought and early Christian theology, the Neoplatonic systems that would shape medieval intellectual development, and the Gnostic movements that would challenge orthodox religious authority all drew upon intellectual cross-pollination that Alexander's conquests had made possible. Perhaps most remarkably, the ideal of universal human brotherhood that Alexander had promoted through his policies of cultural integration and intermarriage would reemerge repeatedly throughout subsequent history, inspiring leaders and thinkers who sought to create more inclusive and tolerant societies. From the cosmopolitan vision of Roman citizenship to the ecumenical aspirations of early Christianity, from the Islamic concept of a universal community of believers to the Enlightenment ideals of human equality and natural rights, the echo of Alexander's inclusive imperial vision continued to resonate through the development of Western civilization. The educational institutions that Alexander had established throughout his empire became models for the systematic transmission of knowledge that would characterize the ancient world's approach to learning. The Library of Alexandria, with its ambitious goal of collecting all human knowledge, represented the logical culmination of Alexander's belief that cultural synthesis could produce achievements that exceeded anything possible through isolation and exclusivity. Standing today among the ruins of the cities that Alexander founded, walking through the museums that house the artifacts of Hellenistic civilization, or reading the texts that preserve the intellectual achievements of the world he created, we can still sense the transformative power of his vision. The young man who had dreamed of surpassing Achilles' achievements had indeed transcended every heroic precedent, not through the simple accumulation of conquests, but through the creation of a new type of human community that recognized excellence wherever it might be found, while providing opportunities for all peoples to contribute to the common good. The questions that Alexander's career raised about the proper relationship between individual ambition and collective welfare, between respect for tradition and openness to innovation, between local identity and universal citizenship, remain as relevant today as they were in the 4th century before Christ. His example continues to inspire those who believe that human differences need not be sources of conflict, but can become foundations for mutual enrichment and common achievement. The boy who had once gripped a blood clot in his infant fist, who had tamed Bucephalus through patient observation, who had wept because there were no more worlds to conquer, had ultimately achieved something far greater than military victory or territorial expansion. He had demonstrated that the barriers between peoples and cultures were not insurmountable obstacles, but could be transcended through vision, courage, and the recognition that human excellence comes in many forms and can be found in every corner of the earth. Alexander the Great died at 32, but the world he envisioned and began to create would continue to evolve and influence human development until our own time and beyond. His true immortality lies not in the bronze and marble monuments that commemorate his battles, but in every moment when peoples of different backgrounds come together in mutual respect and common purpose, carrying forward the dream of the young Macedonian king, who believed that all humanity could be united under the banner of excellence and enlightened rule.